Now we done came from the bottom, mad that we up, but I don't hear him talking. Started with knowledge inside of my noggin. We took a dream and then we started blogging. Put my city on the map now. I'ma say how it is and I don't back down. On the road to 100K, we finna act out. We gon' show them that we not just in the background. We the main event, we the main show. We the one that people always gon' pay for. FYF, we the best, no debate though. Number one sports channel, every angle. I'ma show them all how we ride. Best sports talk show, we not like them guys. We playing it safe while they feather the lines. We pushing the narrative all of the time. Like who to go in the game is not MJ. Kobe Bryant top 10, not what we say. Hakeem Olajuwon is very overrated. Keep it real if it ain't fact, we don't say it. Now stable, we won't be ignored. We number one, especially when coming to sports. FYF bringing the heat here, of course. Where everything backed up with actual source. Everything backed up with actual source.
Nah, that's just passion. We love the game. You already know what it is. FYF. You don't got tough skin. Might as well not even come on in. Talk to 'em. FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again. Oh, LeBron better than MJ, cut it out. Half these fans in the stands don't know what they talking about. Half-court jumpers, crowd going wild. FYF ranked number one, you better say it loud. Intellectual talk, but fuck your feelings. Olajuwon too overrated, Kobe still a realist. Top 10 all time, now how they cut the line. Magic Johnson, Draymond Green, one in the same kind. Fuck your feelings, fast break, stop and pull a J. He got how many rings, nothing else to say. With the team, live streaming, play by play. It's the dream, full steam on the road to 100K. FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again. Started small, then turned into big dogs. They treat me like the GM, I just make the call. No matter who my op is, I'ma stand tall. Then pull up to the game, fresh like I just left the mall. 100K, 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 check the score. We gon' bust the shot clock, fans running to the floor. All I hear is go this and go that. Man, your team suck, hang it up like a coke rack. I love the game, I admit it, I can't quit it. Step in front of me, man, your ankles gon' get the business. Been a legend like Moses Malone, way ahead of my time. This the greatest sports show ever, I just had to remind. FYF, FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again.
FYF Sports, man, man, we back, man. Appreciate everybody pulling up today, man. Gonna have a good one for you guys. NBA games on the slate today. We got the Lakers. I don't know what y'all been. I don't know if it's just me. Salute to one Mike. Salute to Tackable Pine. Salute to everybody watching on Newsbreak. Appreciate you guys and everybody watching on Newsbreak. I know there's been a lot of changes to the platform, so if you're having too much trouble with that interface over there, definitely feel free to come over here to YouTube. Check us out over here. We always, we are streaming on multiple platforms, also on Twitch as well. So if you're watching on Twitch, definitely come over here to Twitch. Come check us out as well. We got a lot of people asking questions. ESPN let Shannon go. I haven't heard that. His attorney spoke, so that's not necessarily true. Before we even start this show, again, I don't want to, speak on it too much. Obviously, there's a lot of information that needs to come out, but again, a good friend of the show, somebody that's been good to me, and I've been able to connect with over the last, close to 2 years now. Gilbert Arenas, his son, obviously was in that car accident. It's been widely reported on. ESPN just reported on it today. It's just good to know that obviously Elijah is in good health right now, just doing a little bit of recovery, bouncing back from that. And obviously Gil is going to take some time away to handle that situation, take care of that, make sure his son is good. He's going to have a long, bright future. And then, incidents like that, man, is just makes you open. It opens your eyes. This is life, and things can change in the blink of an eye. So we have to be mindful of, every minute we spend. Are we BSing? Are we taking care of business, doing what we need to do? But it was just good that obviously it wasn't as bad as it at least initially sounded from the reports. Just like me, and I'm sure like a lot of y'all, as soon as I saw the information, my heart dropped. I'm like, damn. And, luckily I quickly found out that, again, it wasn't as serious as the reports were making it sound, and everything was good to go. So I'm sure he's going to make a speedy recovery. Gil's going to get back to going live pretty soon here. But as it stands right now, everything is canceled on standstill. As the family just kind of stepping away, take some time for themselves so they can bounce back. NBA, look, I'm going to tell y'all right now, and I don't know if it's just me, and I didn't even think that this could even be a potential. I never thought it could be a potential. Salute to Judith in the chat. He said, I've been following FYF since 2020. Yes, sir. Judith's been a long-time supporter. Don't necessarily agree on everything, but I can't even lie. Judah has been here from day one. He's always been in the comments, showing up to support however he support. A lot more support than a lot of the other guys that come around faking and being phony in the comments. At least Judah's been here from day one, and he don't let the disagreeing with my points stop him from coming here to at least show his support. So salute to Judah, man. But I never thought this statement that I'm about to say will even be possible. And salute to Luell Dang. But are the Detroit Pistons the most exciting team in basketball to watch? And when I say that, not just from a talent perspective, right? When you look at what that city is doing and how the city is getting behind that team, how the fan base is getting behind that team, right? And even through all the flaws, I mean, when you look at that roster, even last night, when you look at that game, right? Duran made a ton of mistakes at the end of the game. Obviously, young mistakes. Cunningham, some questionable shots at the end. But when you look at this Detroit Pistons team and how the city is getting behind them, how the fan base is really helping to galvanize and bring that young team up, essentially out of nothing. And I'm sitting here watching the Piston game. I'm watching the Pistons rally, fighting back versus the New York Knicks. And I'm literally sitting here cheering for the Pistons. And I'm thinking to myself, I never thought that would actually happen, man. So I think we got to give a big shout out. I mean, like when we look at the NBA playoff basketball, we've seen highly defensive oriented games that end with both teams under 100. We just saw last night how Denver was held to 83 points. When you talk about physicality, just look to the Rockets series, look to this Pistons series. When you talk about the physicality, right? The refs are letting guys be physical. Even Chet Holmgren after the Memphis game said it was a physical game, but I just like how the refs let it be both ways. So we seeing the physicality. We seeing the defense. We seeing the fan bases get behind these teams. But you know what we not seeing, y'all? You know what we not seeing? What we not seeing is all the people that said that all of these things were non-existent in the NBA. We are not seeing these people step up and admit that the game is living up to their expectations. And see, this is one of the reasons why I said it's hard for people to consider traditional media or a lot of the 90s fans or the old heads that we like to target. It's hard for us to consider them as legitimate, because when this game does deliver the way they say they want it to be delivered, they are mum. And instead of talking about the game and how good these games have been, how good and elite the defenses have been, they running around talking about Shannon Sharp. And as soon as we have that one game that's an outlier, watch this, y'all, because we haven't had it yet. But as soon as we have that one outlier game where the score is like 140 to 120, that one outlier game, they're all going to run and set up their StreamYards and YouTubes talking about how nobody played D. I was watching Chilltown on some show, 20v1, and he's talking about how the game is so spaced out. What are these narratives? What do you mean the game is spaced out? Basketball don't just space itself out it don't space out by itself. It's the skill, it's the talent, it's what these players are doing on the court that forces defense to spread themselves there. And we're starting to see some of the best guards do what they do. And we're starting to see rising stars like a Cade Cunningham do what he do. And he's leading his team. And my next thing is, what we also saw yesterday was we saw two teams exhibit to me why I will always be in favor of players leaving their team as quickly as they can get a chance to get up out of there. Because we have two teams that played yesterday, in the Denver Nuggets and the Memphis Grizzlies, who both were the top 6 seed teams. Well, not necessarily top 6 seed. Memphis was the 8th seed. But when you talk about Memphis, who at one point in the year, they were a top 6 seed. And then when you talk about the Denver Nuggets, they were a top 6 seed, how they finished the season. You're talking about two teams that were completely sabotaged by their own organizations. When I watched that Memphis Grizzly game, y'all, and we're going to get to the highlights because I'm going to go through some highlights. You fire the best coach that you've ever had in your organization's existence. And I'm watching a team that's up 30 points in a playoff game, albeit Ja Morant gets hurt. But I'm literally watching players on the court look at each other and say, I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. That the meltdown that the Grizzlies had was solely due to coaching. The head coach that they thrust into this leadership role at the very last minute doesn't know what to do. The players without Ja Morant don't know what to do. Bain, shrugging his shoulders, don't know what to do. Scottie Pippen Jr., a guy that was relegated to the G League, had a great game, but at late game, looking around, don't know what to do. This is 1,000% sabotage by the organization, because I don't even want to surmise that the Grizzlies even have a chance of winning this series. But if they have a legitimate head coach, they win that game. And when you talk about the Denver Nuggets, and when you look at the exasperation on Nikola Jokic's face, and the saddest thing that I hear when I'm listening to different podcasts, and the only thing that I hear people complaining about is Nikola Jokic, man, he needs to step up in defense. Nikola Jokic needs to defend a little bit better. Nikola Jokic don't need to change nothing that he's doing. That man is the team's best rebounder. He is the team's best scorer. He is the team's best facilitator. For me to simply if Nikola Jokic turns into an elite defender, you are looking at the greatest player that ever walked the earth. Every player has flaws. But instead of people talking about the most obvious problem with the Denver Nuggets, which is the fact that these idiots fired your head coach right before the playoffs, so you absolutely have no leadership. And when they lose these tight playoff games where the rotations are all screwed up, all right, Mike Malone was the only one that knew how to rotate these guys in a manner to where it did not compromise this team. But when y'all listen around this YouTube landscape, and you're gonna hear podcast after podcast, you're gonna hear people saying Nikola Jokic need to play better defense. Nikola Jokic don't need to do nothing better. 7 Figure says no excuses for Jokic. This is not excuses for Jokic. You can only ask players to do so much. And when you fire a player's head coach right before the playoffs, how can I then put the onus of winning and losing on that player when you've completely disrupted the infrastructure that's been successful? You fire a guy's head coach right before the playoffs, and when that team loses, I'm supposed to blame the player? When, as I watch the game, their obvious elements revolve around coaching and infrastructure. Michael Porter Jr. looks checked out. The use of Jamal Murray doesn't look like he's being used very well. This new coach, the only thing that he's doing is basically saying, Jokic, go out there, score as many points, get as many rebounds and assists as you can, and we hope that we win the game. And when you play a team that actually has a competent defensive scheme to take a lot of that away, and the other guys need to step up, there is no scheme, there is no offense, there is no rhyme or rhythm to what they're doing. Yet, people are going to run around and say, Nikola Jokic choked. No, he didn't choke. You fired his goddamn head coach right before the playoffs. And salute to Peter Bagjos. This is why I say Ja Morant and Nikola Jokic need to get up out of there as soon as their contracts are up. When your organization fires your head coach right before the playoffs, that they are literally telling you where their priorities lie, and it's not in winning. The only reason the Denver Nuggets fired Mike Malone right before the playoffs is because they knew if you allow Mike Malone into the playoffs, he's probably going to exceed expectations, and you can't fire him once he exceeds expectations. MPJ might be injured, but this team is still underperforming. Right? The use of Jamal Murray has been baffling to me. And when I hear fans talk about the game, they don't put any onus or responsibility on anybody else on this team to get better other than the guy who's had one of the most historical seasons in NBA history. So most fans and most people who are analyzing the game, what they're saying is Nikola Jokic, yes, you just had one of the greatest regular seasons ever in NBA history, but we need you to do a little bit more. But you don't ask Russell Westbrook to do more. You don't ask Jamal Murray to do more. You don't ask Christian Braun to do more, and none of some of these other role players. The talk around basketball, one, is become so lazy, so stagnant, so stupid, it's pathetic. But at the end of the day, you got to give it, I can't, at the end of the day, when I went to B-Ball Index and I saw that this matchup difficulty for this team was in the 96th percentile of difficulty matchups, that's when I knew that the Denver Nuggets were in trouble. Because I saw that 95.57 matchup difficulty index. And I knew that guarded by indexes would kind of be tough for the Denver Nuggets. That's why I picked the Clippers to win. So we got a lot of stuff to cover today. Yeah, and remember what I talked to y'all about. I said and Thunder makes a good point in the chat. You could say a lot of things about Kawhi Leonard, but when he's healthy, I just don't want no parts of a healthy Kawhi Leonard. He's too efficient. He's too good on both sides of the floor, right? Probably one of the best tough shot makers in the league right now, right? ISO, the ISO game might look stagnant and boring, but he has one of the most lethal ISO games I've seen in the league, right? People want to give Kyrie and a lot of these other guys all this because of the flair and the frill. Kawhi Leonard might be one of the best ISO players in this league right now. And James Harden might be the most underappreciated player in the NBA, right? With the way he's playing, with the way people have really poo-pooed on his name, some of the things that they say about him, and the way he's kind of galvanized this Clipper organization. He literally has them. I mean, if you talk about who looks the best in the West right now, it has to be the Clippers. If you're talking about a team that looks the best, it has to be the Clippers. Ja Morant doesn't go down, OKC is losing that game. Ja Morant was completely dicing up Alex Caruso up until he got injured. And that was a very unfortunate injury. And once he got injured, everything just kind of fell apart. But Ja Morant really was having his way with Alex Caruso. Alex Caruso, who's a hell of a defensive player. But at the end of the day, when you're going up against bona fide face-up straight line attack players, they're going to dice you up. He was dissecting them in the pick and roll. He was getting guys open shots, and he was making his shots. So Memphis even made that game look good. But when they fell apart, and it just was the obvious collapse was, what the hell is this coach doing? They have no sets. Their late game strategy of targeting SGA, who had 5 fouls, was stupid. Just run your offense. Right, Desmond Bane, his game has completely went to the garbage can. Where did his basketball game go? I mean, if Desmond Bane keeps going at this rate, he's going to be the next Ben Simmons. You go from being one of the best contested three-point shooters in the league to absolutely nothing. KID says, yo, what's up with the defensive players? Undercutting other players, going up at the rim. I mean, that one element to this is we got a ton of athletes that are willing to fly. They're gonna get off the ground and they're gonna fly. I think the injury with Ja Morant, it was unfortunate because Lou Dort's back was turned, so I don't think it was intentional at all. I thought Scottie Pippen Jr. should have just went up with the layup, as opposed to they kept doing these drop back passes behind them, and that the one pass he did to Ja Morant caused the injury. Just go score the layup, right? Playoff basketball, and I think with Scottie Pippen Jr., this is where experience just goes in the line. It's 2-on-1. Just miss the layup. Let Ja rebound it and put it back. It's the same instance where we saw SGA miss the dunk. Caruso just put it back in. Mar says, Edie's sorry as hell. Edie's not sorry. Look at the matchup, though. See, y'all be so quick to call a rookie. And remember, Edie is a rookie. You acting like he's a 7-year vet. He is a rookie going up against a Chet Holmgren, who's one of the most versatile centers in the NBA. Chet Holmgren hit 5-6 threes yesterday. He's stretching the defense out. Now Zach Edey has to come defend on the perimeter. Chet Holmgren, who's much more nimble, quicker, off the dribble, now after making 5 threes, all he needs to do is throw an up fake and drive. That's straight. Remember, we talk about spacing. The spacing is created because of your skill. It's not just spaced out just because the game is just spaced out. So this is one of the reasons why I hate when people running around saying, oh, the game is so spaced out. No, the game is only spaced out based on the skill that you put on the court. He's not sorry. I mean, what do you want Zach Edey to do? A guy who's a rookie who exceeded most people's expectations, and he gets cooked in a playoff game by a really good player. What is y'all expectations of rookies in the playoffs? Is he supposed to play like a prime Kareem or something? What is he supposed to do? I mean, I look at this playoffs right here, and what I see is 8 seeds battling. I'm seeing 4 or 5 seeds give great matchups. I'm seeing a young Pacer team start to grow up right in front of our eyes. Right? Is the Pacers who've taken over the last couple of years, they've taken some tough playoff losses. They've come really close to beating some really good teams. Is this the year where they up it a notch and they go to that next level? What I'm seeing is I'm seeing good basketball. I mean, to me, the only team that has disappointed me has been the Milwaukee Bucks. And when you hire a guy who is the biggest playoff flopper as a coach in Doc Rivers, I don't know what you expect. But this combination of Dame and Giannis, it just does not look like. I don't know if they just haven't designed an offense that works. But this your turn, my turn type of offense that they're running is not working versus these Pacers. And you got Tyrese Halliburton dicing you up. You got Siakam looking like prime Siakam from Toronto. Miles Turner is doing a good job. All of the young players have taken another step. Right? The guys coming off their bench, Pacers look legit. Now, can they beat Cleveland? Can they beat Boston? That's another level right there. But the Pacers are playing better than I expected. The Bucks have just not come to show up to these playoffs. Right? That Kuzma trade is starting to look like a nightmare of a deal. Right? Having Middleton is starting to show why you had Middleton. But we're about to get to this film. We're going to break some of these games down. And then we're going to bring y'all up to cook on these games, man. Obviously, we got some games today that we need to talk about. He says Pacers match up very well versus Cleveland. Well, I don't think they match up very well versus Cleveland. But this Pacer team, they play at a frenetic pace. If they can find a way to defend and slow down at times, I think they'll be good. But I think the Pacers are having success more so because of the Bucks being bad, not because the Pacers are being really good. And that's, I'm not trying to take too much away from the Pacers, but their success to me right now seems to more so be stemming from the Bucks just being really bad. Ian Maxwell says, what about the Lakers? We're going to get on the Lakers. We're about to get on them right now. But before we even get on the Lakers or even talk about none of that, I want to talk about last night's games. Let me go ahead and pull the first one up. Doc Rivers getting out coached. Doc Rivers is not getting out coached. I mean, you have to actually be coaching to get out coached. Doc Rivers is not doing anything on that front. All right, let me get these games pulled up. I'll salute to T Perfect in the chat. Mar, we got Mr. Winters here. Anthony, salute to everybody pulled up, man. Make sure y'all support the channel. Also, if you want a super chat, I'm going to put the link to FYF Sports clips in the I'm going to put that in the comment section, so that way you could just go over to FYF Sports clips if you do want a super chat and you want me to address any particular question. I did do that on the last stream, so let me go ahead and do it now before I forget. He says, I don't know why people still think Doc Rivers is a great coach. Yeah, I mean, I tried to give him a pass, Mahari, the first year because he joined mid-season, and you kind of have to make do with what you have. But now having a full off season, even with the injury to Dame and the blood clots, that team has just not looked good all year. I mean, they just look like they're riding the coattails of Giannis, and they're not maximizing none of the young talent. Right? They have stopped using Brook Lopez offensively, who was a great 3-point shooter from that corner. So he doesn't even really get many looks anymore. He's not super efficient. Bobby Portis had a really good game last game. Kuzma just can't find his way. I don't know whose idea was it to trade for Kuzma, which in theory it kind of sounds okay because Kuzma's younger, but Kuzma has just been I don't know. I mean, he just I don't know how to explain him. I don't want him as my third option in the playoffs. I mean, out of all the potential trades you could have made, I'm either just keeping Middleton or I'm going to look elsewhere. But we'll have to see. All right, y'all. Link is in the chat. Or the link to Super Chat is going to be in there. And then we're going to get to a little film. Kuz is good off the bench. Yeah, but with the amount of money he's making, are you going to bring him off the bench? I mean, does that make sense? I don't think it makes sense to do that. Said the Bucks need to start Kevin Porter Jr. I mean, there's a lot of different things you can do. I like Kevin Porter Jr. If he can start defending, maybe. He's good offensively. I mean, you got problems all over the place with the Bucks. So we'll see what they do to stuff. We got Young Disciple says, all you black people that hated on Bronny made it cool to hate on Shadur. Well, I don't think anybody over here hated on Bronny. We actually applaud Bronny. And no one makes it cool to hate on Shadur because I don't really see Shadur getting hate like that. Right? I mean, it's Young Disciple. Shadur not going in the first round, that's not hate. That's just teams thinking he don't fit. And no fan controls that. And when you're Shadur Sanders and when you're a quarterback, I mean, unless you are a lock at the number 1, 2, or 3 pick, you need to be going to all of the workouts. Right? When you graduate college, what do you do? You go to job fairs. Right before you graduate, you go to job fairs. You need to network. You got to get in front of these companies so they can see who you are. But if you expecting once you graduate for people to just come knocking on your door saying, yeah, come get me, it ain't happening. Shadur's a good player, but I think it was a big mistake of him not participating in a lot of these workouts, leaving a lot of questions and doubts for people. Now, maybe the Browns take him in the second round. No, I know Young Disciple, but I'm just saying in general, obviously there has been real hate for Bronny, but I have not seen real hate for Shadur. I think I truly believe that Shadur is trying to manufacture some type of hate to maybe give himself some type of motivation, but I don't see it. I don't see the hate. Colorado was the most televised team last year. He got the most limelight. He got the most fame, right? Their games was always on. Everybody watched. He had the world supporting him and behind him. Bronny had none of that. Bronny James literally had grown men out here hoping for him to play bad in the G League. And there's a difference between hate and criticize. They were not criticizing Bronny. People were literally lying on Bronny James. Grown men and women running around lying on Bronny James. He wasn't the best player on his high school team. A lie. Just lying on Bronny James just to try to propel and push narratives. Lying as if there's a real expectation for a 55 pick to do well. These are lies. That's hate. Shadur is not getting hate. Shadur just made a bad decision of not participating in those workouts, and now he's feeling the repercussions because teams have second guesses on his arm strength. That's not hate. That's just you screwing up. And now you're probably going to be a second-round pick because of it. Big difference there. All right, let me put this in the chat again, and we're going to get to this film. Salute to everybody that's pulled up. Marcus. And let me pin this to the top. Make sure y'all super chat. If you can't super chat, make sure you are. Make sure if you can. And again, this is only if you can. This is not mandatory. I'm not asking anybody. If you want to support the channel and what we do here, you can always go to the Cash App and support the channel via Cash App. Let's get to this film. Let's see what game. Really doesn't matter what game we start with first. Shemika Ochi, Travis. Stephen A. is a prime example of coonery leaking into basketball talks. I don't want to say Stephen A. is a coon or anything like that, but Stephen A. is letting his ego really get to him. Amiri says, locker room said you were homeless on live yesterday. All right, okay. And Amiri, my biggest question would be, I just don't understand why the locker room even talks about me still. I mean, again, no beef or anything like that, but again, I'm just not in that sector of basketball talk. You know. But again, free promotion, I'll take it. So the fact that he's convinced you to come engage with me over here on FYF. So salute to the locker room for, keeping the FYF alive, especially while I've been away coaching this season. Much appreciated. But yeah, I would assume that the only thing the locker room has really been talking about is trading Austin Reeves still because he doesn't play defense. If that's the case, then again, I just don't engage in coulda, woulda, shoulda. I really like, and that's why we're going over this film. I just like to talk about what's right in front of us based on what you have. That's all I like to talk about. The trade, coulda, woulda, shoulda, coulda traded. Well, if you don't trade, I can't do nothing about that. They coulda, shoulda, woulda traded. Well, yeah. Coulda, woulda, shoulda done a whole bunch of stuff. Locker room coulda, shoulda, woulda played high school basketball. It's not my fault he didn't hoop anywhere. Don't hold it against me because a lot of us hooped and you didn't. My bad. All right, let's get here. He said, Lamont, the Black Phil Jackson. No, I would definitely not say I'm the Black Phil Jackson. Definitely wouldn't say that. But I'm going to tell you right now, though, RT the brand. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm bringing some recruits in. Because, this past year, y'all know we won a national championship in 2024. This past year, we lost in the Final Four. We lost to Wisconsin. And I don't like losing too much. So, I know a lot of y'all are opposed to super teams. But the unfortunate reality is I don't like losing. I'm coming back next year with a super team, unfortunately. I'm coming with a super team, and I've already told some of my players we will go undefeated. So I apologize in advance that I'm creating a super team, y'all, but I am creating a super team. And salute to that dude, Chris. He went over to FYF Sports Clips, man. He hit the super chat. Go to stream. Let's go. Salute to that dude, Chris, man. Appreciate you, man. And it's like your third super chat, man. You always coming through supporting the stream. We're going to have to get you. I'm going to get you on this banner on the bottom of the screen. Definitely one of the top donors of the channel, man. That dude, Chris, is always coming through supporting. All right, let me get that star right there. Yeah, let me keep that up there for now. All right, let's get to this film, y'all. This first game right here is, and I'm gonna increase the speed on this just so we can get through it. Yeah, I'm gonna increase the speed because they've been kind of real finicky about the copyright stuff. So maybe if I increase the speed a little bit, the copyright stuff won't hit. I just don't want to have to deal with it on this stream. So we're gonna increase the stream. This Memphis series, man. Let's go ahead and get to it.
Season arrives, this skyrocketing group of ascending stars out of Oklahoma City. The only question left, can Ja Morant and his Grizz now make this game? We did 16 games, and here they are, trying to take that next step. Morant pulled his first two, the offensive rebound for Edie. Morant with 5 to shoot, Jalen Williams. Morant steps back, tough shot.
Make this a physical game, because that's what they need to do to slow this Thunder down.
Jackson play a thing of beauty, the footwork, the speed.
And y'all know Jaren Jackson was like, especially when Ja Morant got hurt, biggest disappointment. I mean, because if there was anybody with the experience that lead that team to a win, when Ja Morant literally spotted you 30 points, look, y'all got to go to the locker room, but here go 30 points right here. Y'all up 30-0. Just finish the game. Maybe I can come back the next game and we have a chance. Jaren Jackson Jr. completely just does not show up. Crying for fouls, could not brutalize mismatch on smaller players, playing at the three-point line, which, again, a lot of this could be coaching and scheme, and everybody's just kind of imbalanced and lost, but kind of disappointed in Jaren Jackson's performance in this game.
Here comes SGA, the little hesitation, but over that 80 gets it from the back.
And those are shots that we're accustomed to seeing SGA knock down in his sleep.
Pippen Jr.'s on fire, and hits.
Adjustment. And game one, boy, to have that be your first ever experience in a playoff, you're going to be able to keep his head as SGA is so smooth with that left hand. He getting to that block early just shows that his activity level is different today.
SGA further ending at 8:01, and Pippen Jr.
The Grizzlies do a great job of cleaning up the glass. They themselves will take a page out of Thunder book as Edie takes the three and knocks it down. How about your 7-foot center?
And a much better start tonight than we've seen from SGA this series. Pippen.
And I'm mad at Scottie Pippen Jr. because on Underdog, I had him going under 3 points in the first quarter, and this fool decides to have his best game of the season on the day that I need him. They're not going to suspend the stream one night. I got you. That's why I sped it up. And if we stop it and we keep it starting it, man, we're going to throw it off. We're going to throw it off. I think we'll be good. But if we have any troubles, I'll cut it off. I'm not showing the whole game. It's just highlights, y'all. It's just highlights. Actually, I just want to get to the end of this game. Yeah, this is about the right spot right here where the comeback just really started to mount.
Just all in all, this has been a Memphis showing that I don't know if many people expected.
SGA, cash money from deep. Williams, 5 to shoot into the corner. Holmgren from deep. That's good.
What a luxury to have, a stretch four.
Jalen Williams probing
Here.
Holmgren
Has been
ties it up again from deep.
Initiating, creating within the offense.
Holmgren coming hard. A quick spin move. Again, this was a 26-point game at halftime. Starting to put those uneasy feelings in this building. Holmgren.
Gotta guard Holmgren. He's heating up.
And down late in the first half. Done for the night. And this Grizzlies team continue. Zach Edey.
Giving the Thunder exactly what they need, which is offensive rebounds, defensive rebounds, controlling the glass.
There's the rip to Joe. Thunder holding for the final shot. 5 seconds left in the quarter. Williams, Aldama on a switch. Williams fires and hits.
All right, guys. Scotty, you've been here before. We know.
Jokic Alexander just masterful in that mid-range game. Jackson turns, attacks. Holmgren to help. Ricky Caruso all over the place. Did he have his...
And Caruso, at least once Ja Morant went down, Caruso was the difference maker. His defense did change this game. And T Perfect, I saw you said you had a debate with who again? Mel, Man Down Sports. If you did, I want to definitely check that out. If you had a debate with Man Down Sports, I definitely need to go check that out. But I seen them doing a show about criteria, and it's just funny listening to those guys try to talk criteria when they stray as far from criteria as possible. I mean, it's just funny listening to those guys hurt. Salute to George. The truth hurts. He says the question is, will the rest help or hurt AKC? I don't think anything is going to help or hurt them. I think Memphis exposed every single flaw that I believed OKC had in that first half. And OKC is prone to taking a ton of bad shots. You can far too easily speed them up, and you can you can impose your will against them very quickly. And that's what I saw. When they get punched in the mouth, they get super rattled, right? And so can they play that way versus a really good Clipper team? I don't think so. I don't even think they can get away with that style of play versus a really good Laker team, you know? So there's a couple teams in the West that I just feel like aren't going to make these types of mistakes, right? And this is a very inferior Memphis Grizzlies team for 2 quarters of basketball made OKC look subpar. And it was not going away. It was only getting worse. Literally the only thing that saved them was Ja Morant getting injured. That was literally the only thing that saved them. Salute to Muslim Made. He went over to FYF Sports Clips with the super chat donation. Great basketball talk. Appreciate Muslim Made coming through. Get to these highlights.
Thunder situation leading over that series. NBA.com. Visit the NBA.
And what your 3 unlocks is a hard closeout.
Danger zone right now for the Memphis Grizzlies. They lead down to 6. SGA steps back and buries it. Ahead of the field, Pippen Jr. slithers into the paint. On the wing for Jackson. A spin leader, and he goes glass.
And that right there is fun.
Gilbert Alexander defended by Obama. Florida shoot to the middle, underneath to Dort. The fake, and he lays it in. So they respond to the 601 with 6 minutes of their own. Pippen from the corner. Got it. Everyone on their feet here in Memphis. So the Grizzlies break for the series. Contact. This is going to be a late whistle. Trying to fight around that screen.
I thought we were doing the play. Zach Edey is wide with his left leg and shifts over late. And the play is being overturned to an illegal screen on Edey. Crossing into the play.
See, I didn't like that call. Edey's solid right there. You know, I think that's just a play on either way. Pippen Jr., for whatever reason, he picks the ball up and looks to throw the ball back where he came from. Very illogical right there. OKC's been playing high help on the weak side anyway. Why would you even want to go back? If anything, you need to be emphasizing to Zach Edey. This team is vulnerable on the rolls right down the middle of the court. Edey had multiple dunks just rolling down the middle of the court, just being a threat right there, even if you throw a bad pass. That's where the vulnerability is with OKC. So, again, but this is the lack of talent that this Memphis team had on the court once Ja Morant went down at the point guard position, and it ultimately cost them right there. So some of the trades that they made, not having Dillon Brooks, right, because you overreact and you want to trade Dillon Brooks because he got barbecued by LeBron James, that was dumb. Tyus Jones, letting him go. Now you don't have a bona fide point guard to finish games for you. That was dumb. And so now your stupid moves are coming down to
successful for Oklahoma City.
Gilbert Alexander defended by 2. Left wing Caruso into the paint. Holmgren. We are nutted here in Memphis in the second half. Jackson, everything on his shoulders. Caruso to steal. 6 to shoot. Jab steps, fakes, fires. Just hasn't been his night. Holmgren is
look at these dumb shots, y'all. Horrible offense.
There's Oklahoma City trying to take a command 3-0 lead in this first round series.
Right here, to me, I think the ball has to find its.
No, I want y'all to just look at the offense being ran. And they keep running the same stuff, which is to attack one side of the court, and they're looking to this opposite side 3 when what's wide open is right in front of you, right? What's wide open is the Edey roll right down the middle of the floor. If y'all see it right now, look at Edey rolling. There's nothing stopping Edey other than Caruso. There's only going to be one winner if Edey catches the ball. It's going to be Zach Edey dunking over Caruso. But they make these dumb reads, and these guards, because you have no true point guard on the floor, you have no patience to allow the play to develop. Look at this. You throw a bad pass. You throw a bad pass out to Pippen Jr., who could do nothing with the ball. And now that he's well guarded,
Scottie Pippen Jr. is going to first play. Caruso knocks it loose. Unreal. Jump ball is called between Dort and Edey, but give Zach Edey all kinds of credit. Conchar in the game, Bain into the corner. Here comes Kennard to the rack. A little bit of contact, gets it to Conchar. That's short. Rebound, Holmgren.
Now you got a foul.
Ahead of it to Caruso, all by him. himself. That'll get it to a 5-point lead. With Ja Morant has really sullied what has been an unbelievable first half performance.
And there's that first game right there, man. You know, I hated to see that. I hated to see that for that Memphis team. To watch guys literally in that fourth quarter look at each other, shrugging their shoulders as they were running their offense. And I said, man, this team does not have any offensive leadership on that sideline. They don't have a bench. It was one of the saddest things to watch because literally right in front of our eyes, we saw a team lose a game because they didn't have their head coach. We literally saw, you know, and there's not too many times where coaches really dictates win or losses. But when you up 30, it's on the coach to maintain that. I don't care who you have to put on the court. So hold on one second. Oh, God, man, y'all know these. No, it's not the dogs, Peter Bag Juice. It's just like you got telemarketers. I intentionally make sure the cars are in the garage, not in the driveway, all this stuff. And in the middle of the day, telemarketers knocking on your door trying to sell windows and what do you call it? Solar panels on the home. What am I going to do with that? Come on, man. If I wanted solar panels, I would have been got me some solar panels, man. But these telemarketers just come knocking around, so I apologize for that, y'all. Salute to Anthony, man, with the super chat. He went over to FYF Sports Clips. If you do want a super chat, hit the link in the pinned comment. Go over to FYF Sports Clips to send your super chat. We got Anthony says Caruso, just a winning player, great addition for them. Yes, hell of an addition for a team that was already loaded. Kind of a utility guy, does it all, just makes winning plays. But the ultimate, the reality of a guy like Caruso is he was even exposed for 2 quarters. Because for 2 quarters of basketball, Ja Morant made Caruso look like Austin Reeves. Let's just be honest. For 2 quarters, Ja Morant had Alex Caruso looking like Luka Doncic on defense. You know, it looks good when you're doing it on Scottie Pippen Jr. It looks good when you're doing it on some of the guys that they deployed out there late game. It did not look good on no Ja Morant. And this is why I say it took a very, very lucky fall to get Ja Morant out the game for OKC to win this game. But if you are in every other team, you are looking at this game saying they can be had. This is a young team that is still significantly prone to young team mistakes. And you know, how far they can go, I don't know. You know, maybe we're going to have to look at the matchup difficulty. When I looked at the matchup difficulty, it said that OKC has a 92.45 matchup difficulty on B-ball index. So we never know. Their matchup difficulty is not as high as I thought it would be. Salute the rap guy. He says OKC can be had. Yeah, they can. I think they got a long, long journey in front of them. And I just don't see. Imagine if this is that Clipper team. Do you really think Kawhi Leonard and them is goofing off a 30-point lead? You think if Kawhi Leonard and them get up 30, you about to get it back? Nah. That ain't happening. So again, it's some strong competition in the West. All right, let's get to the next one real quick. And let me get salute to Muslim Made coming right back to back with the $9.99 super chat. He said, let's do it again. He says, you got to give us these calculus formula. Look, man. I learned from the best. Look, I learned from the best, Mars, man. I found out the formula. I found out the formula to get a whole bunch of y'all to believe me. I just need to say something random, foreign, unused, unreliable statistics that I've finessed. And if it sounds spicy enough, y'all gonna rock with it. So like I said, the OKC Thunder got a matchup difficulty percentage of 92.557. According to that, that makes them potentially, that's a weakness in their armor. They can potentially be beat because of that matchup difficulty. Don't worry about what matchup difficulty means, what it's used for, how it's supposed to be used. Don't worry about none of that. Just know its matchup is that it means the matchup is difficult. And that difficulty percentage is 92.55.47. It's just, it is what it is, man. Don't worry about what it means. And salute again to Muslim Made for the super chat. Warriors won't beat the Rockets if Jimmy isn't healthy. Yeah, I know. That's another unfortunate injury. Looks like he's going to be out tonight as well. Nah, Anthony, you know I'm not serious, man. Yeah, Tyson, yeah, I know. Yeah, I don't know. Mars is a special one, though. I mean, the fact that he's convinced people that half the analytics that he uses are legitimate is wild. You know, I think people are scared to fact check him or to call him on some of his bullshit. But at the end of the day, like I said, I mean, if the people really wanted to debate, if we could come up with a topic, I could show you how you debate Mars, right? But again, because you cannot hit me with analytics as your argument. Have a real argument. That's all I ask. Have a real basketball take that can be critiqued. Your argument should not be analytics. Well, let's get to this next one right here. I think this was the funnest game of the night. Let's get to it. The Pistons versus the New York Knicks. Again, Mad Max said, I got 1,000 on Mars. Mad Max, you might want to hold that. You know, do you believe in the analytics that strongly? Do you believe in analytics that staunchly? Come on, man. Stop it. Let's get
series in the playoffs for the first time since 2013. And when the Pistons team beat the Knicks, that ended their 15-game playoff losing streak. Winning is contagious, it seems, in the city. And you can feel.
And this was a game where Detroit, obviously, I would say nerves, pressure. They got off to a bad start, but I like how they reacted. Knicks, to me, the Knicks are just very well coached. I'll put it to you like that. They don't have anybody that just particularly just stands out as that somebody that you might fear on a night-to-night basis, but they are well coached and they just don't make a ton of mistakes like that. And then they make up for the few mistakes that they do make. They do a good job of getting it back on the defensive end and taking advantage of your mistakes. Let's watch a little bit more of this.
Down it goes with another three. Jalen Duren came out to get him. He's
and we got to go to Muslim Made with another $9.99 super chat. He says, didn't he lose to Low said himself run it back. I don't know who lost to Low. I mean, I just haven't been following their debates like that. I would, if they would like me to be a part of it, I'm fine with that. It's just that I just know that, again, if you're not a fan favorite, you're just not gonna make it through. I mean, it's no, I don't think it's any secret. I don't think I'm saying anything that's controversial, but it's not a surprise that Chill and Mars both conveniently just made it to the very end. I mean, I think even Big Ox Bob made it pretty far, which, again, in and of itself is a spectacular feat right there. I just think their guys are going to have a significant advantage, and that's just how it's designed. And it's just hard to it's hard to not be biased as a judge, especially when you can judge behind the shadows. That's just how it is. So that at least with us, I tried to at least be transparent. You guys knew who the judges were. If the judge made a dumb decision, a dumb vote, at least y'all knew who it was, and y'all could critique and criticize that particular judge. So, I mean, there's so many systems that you can do. Nothing is perfect. I liked what they did, but, you know, if they want me to participate, I'll participate, and we'll just see how it goes. Let's get back to this right.
And Karl Anthony Towns will check back in. So New York.
And Dennis Schroeder has been a silent assassin for them. We got Suave242 says, talk about Jokic flopping. We talked about Jokic. I don't know if I could put the word flopping with Jokic. All right. When I drop the link, you can come up here and you can tell us all about Jokic flopping. And if it makes sense, we won't excoriate you. Man, Max says, nah, silent judges is bad. Look, well, that's why I came out and just said, look, I'm a judge. I have no issue with telling people how I voted and who I voted for. But just don't run around trying to pretend as if, like Mars did, don't run around pretending as if I have some type of agenda against you. And I'm just saying you lost because I don't like you. That's just not what I do. I have no dog in the fight. I really don't care who wins. I don't really get anything of significant value for voting. But at the end of the day, don't try to pretend as if, oh, you just this big bad debater and there's no way you could lose. No, you lost, my guy. And you had a little bit of favoritism that boosted you and gave you a win. Did you judge Chill versus Real Talk? Yes. I did Chill versus Real Talk. I had Chill losing 2-1. I judged 3 rounds. So it is what it is. But y'all, this next game, this Piston game, which in a series that I thought was going to be relatively boring to a certain degree, where I thought it was going to be boring, it's surprisingly one of the most entertaining series, right? Jalen Brunson, a guy who I'm not a huge fan of. In the clutch, I hate when that little dude has the ball because he don't miss in the clutch. I see why he won Clutch Player of the Year. I mean, in the clutch, he is just that. Clutch. He just does not miss. Highly efficient, gets to his spots, big, strong guard, doesn't take a lot of threes. What does that sound like? Doesn't Jalen Brunson sound like a 90s player? But he gets no credit. Do you have David Robinson as the GOAT? I would hope not, but probably not. Mad Max says, Real Talk use analytics without context. I didn't hear that, but like I say, any of the debates, I would love to go over the debate. If you feel that way, I'm fine with it. But I thought Real Talk did the best job of using analytics how they were supposed to be used in support of his actual arguments, not as the argument. Was Ticket a judge? I don't know who the other judges were. I just know I was a judge. He says Mars is on a 90s bull run. He's not on a 90s bull run here on FYF Sports. Again, he can come debate over here. We'll see. Which he's been invited to. He's passed on the opportunity. Actually, the only opportunity he had an opportunity to debate over here. He said he would be here, and he did a no-show. So he no-showed us when he was supposed to debate. Oh, I mean, again, I just don't like people who try to sell bullshit. That's all. Don't sell me bullshit. I know what analytics are and how they're supposed to be used. You're a corrupt judge, Lamont, though. No, I'm not corrupt. I'm fair.
Double technicals assessed to Paul Reed and Mitchell Robinson, an additional technical added to Carl Towns. One shot for Detroit. One shot for the Pistons.
One Mike with $1.99 super chat. He says, you think the voters got the DPOY correct? Yes, I think they did. I think it could have came down to Draymond Green or Evan Mobley. I don't think you would have been wrong for either choice. And I think that, they both have, again, I think Mobley had a slightly more significant case because Cleveland was good defensively all year, where I think the Warriors might have came on a little bit more after Jimmy Butler's arrival, even though individually Draymond has some really good numbers. I think Dyson Daniels was a good choice for third. But no, I think Evan Mobley, I think that was the right choice. You know, I seen some people who had Isaiah Hartenstein in their top 3. I said, bro, if y'all put him as defensive player of the year, y'all are complete idiots. But Mobley or Draymond, you can't go wrong with either one. You know, it sucks for Draymond because I know he wants to get that elusive DPOY, that second one, but, you know, it is what it is. But salute to One Mike in the super chat, man. Like I said, head over to FYF Sports Clips. The link is pinned at the top if you want to send a super chat message. Yes, I do have Jokic for MVP. That would be my vote if I had a vote. But, you know, again, I kind of feel like most people are going to side with Gilbert Alexander because he's just the most popular name to go with right now. And it's not repetitive. No one wants to vote for the same guy over and over. So I think by default, they're just going to give it to Gilbert Alexander because he's a new face. If you start to give Jokic too many MVPs, well, now you're changing where he lands in your top 10. And I don't think too many people want to face that realization right there.
Shooter, 3, yeah! Others hit. Brunson will swerve, drive, and score! Brunson will drive, Shooter will defend, and down he goes! Brunson coming up big. Road tonight in game 3 and trying to break a 1-1 tie in the series. On the wing, it's a Beasley 3. That's huge. Cunningham sets, spins off Brunson, feeds inside. Duran is there.
And this last play that y'all about to see, this is where inexperience kicks in, because I think when you get an opportunity like this, which obviously Brunson was about to miss the free throw just to burn time and make it impossible to get a shot off. When you get a gift like this and you can get it side out and no time goes off the clock, one, I have to question, why is Duran taking the ball out? And two, how is the execution so poor? And that would be the biggest thing. I want you guys to check. And there we have it right there. Knicks win that one, go up 2-1 in the series. Tyson says, Lamont. Hold on, let's see what Tyson says. He says, I want to hear the argument for Joker for MVP, knowing defensive liability at the center position. He's not a defensive liability at the center position. That's just the narrative you want to go with. And secondly, I don't say guys are MVP caliber because of what they can't do. I said he's in the MVP. I feel like he's the MVP because of what he actually did do. His weaknesses didn't put him in the conversation, and his weaknesses can't take him out the conversation. He's in the MVP conversation because of his strengths and because of his impact on that team. He's not in this conversation because of his weaknesses. And when you look at his impact on that team and how historical of a season he just had, I just think people are just extremely thirsty to give it to someone not named Nikola Jokic. Right? He had one of the most historical seasons in NBA history. Now, if you want to try to use the connection of, oh, his team didn't have that good of a record and you want to make it about the team, okay. That's you. But you can't tell me a player that had a better season. When we're talking about individuality, Gilbert Alexander statistically did not have a better season. Right? You can come up with all the narratives you want and defense and X, Y, and Z. But defense is largely team in today's day and age. Defense is largely team-driven. If your team defensive scheme ain't good, I don't care how good of a defender you are individually, you're not going to be good. For example, with Alex Caruso. When Alex Caruso was with the Chicago Bulls, they were still a shit defense. No matter how good Alex Caruso is, the Bulls were going to be a shit defense with him on the floor or without him on the floor, because their scheme and the players around them are bad. You put Alex Caruso on a defensive-oriented team with much better defenders, now all of a sudden, he looks like the hottest thing since sliced bread. Y'all put all this weight on Nikola Jokic to be this great defensive shot blocker, Dwight Howard type of defender. What the hell? Like, I mean, if that's the only flaw you can poke at, you ain't gonna talk about his playmaking. You're not gonna talk about his rebounding. You're not gonna talk about his offensive rebounding. You're not gonna talk about his scoring. Right? You're not gonna talk about none of it. You're not gonna talk about the fact that this motherfucker averaged a triple-double. You're not gonna talk about he's the first player since goddamn Wilt or some shit like that had a 60-point triple-double. All of these historic things that he did, and you want me to just say, oh, his weakness is defense. That's why he can't be MVP. Because until this year, I never heard anyone talking about Gilbert Alexander's defense. It's funny how all of a sudden when Chet Holmgren is healthy and they get Alex Caruso, now all of a sudden Gilbert Alexander is this elite defender. Oh, is it because they're just healthy and they got a whole bunch of really good defenders around them? I just think y'all push whatever narrative you need to push so that you don't have to vote for Nikola Jokic. And what's even funnier, the funniest thing about it is that, for example, people like Mars, they're going to be the ones, the leader of this campaign, saying that Nikola Jokic is this horrible defender. But this is a guy who lives in analytics. If you dig into all of these meaningless analytics, the analytics love Nikola Jokic on defense. Who did I block? I didn't block anybody. Oh, you're talking about the spammer. Yeah, I blocked the spammer. Yeah. Whoever was spamming, I did block them. So yeah, what I'm saying is you're going to have to start picking when, yeah, like I feel like people with Nikola Jokic, they just cry about his defense. I mean, did he let Zubac drop 50 and 25 on his head or something? Like this defensive liability, what centers are just walking in, giving Nikola Jokic 30 and 15? I mean, in all reality, it was just guys like Joel Embiid. But if you want to use the narrative that he's a bad defender because, oh, he can't guard Kyrie Irving on the pick and roll switch. Oh, he can't guard Jamal Murray on a pick and roll switch. Well, who can? I don't know where people get this he can't defend narrative from. What do you expect him to do when the team around him just isn't a very good defensive team? Their scheme is bad. Their defensive players are bad. Never hear anybody talking about Murray as a defender on the perimeter. Porter Jr. as a defender on the perimeter, one of the worst defenders. Right? I don't hear. They lost KCP. They lost Bruce Brown. Good defenders. But Nikola Jokic is supposed to make up for all of that. Peter Bagger says they were the number one defense without Chet. Maybe so. But that's still team. And I've never heard this narrative of Gilbert Alexander being a great defender until this year. All of a sudden, when guys get a really good defensive team around them, because you want to add an extra glaze onto their name, you want to add this extra glaze, you just give them good defense. When last night we clearly saw the two players that were the defensive movers for the OKC Thunder. It's Caruso and Chet and Lou Dort. Those are the three guys defensively that make shit move on defense for them. And there's going to be so many people that come up here to pretend that they actually watch Gilbert Alexander on defense. You don't. You watch him for offense. You don't watch how he's defending on these pick and roll switches and all of this stuff right there. You don't really watch him for that. Y'all watch him for offense. Just like most people only watch Nikola Jokic for offense. Thank you, Andrew. No one called SGA this elite defender. But Peter Bagjuice, it's one of the reasons why I don't use any particular analytic to determine defense anyway. You don't need analytics to determine defense. You can literally just watch film for like 5-10 minutes. There's no analytic that's going to show you good defense. Typically, the analytics were only made to compare, for example, if we see two really good defensive teams and we want to try to figure out, okay, which team is slightly better because both are really good, then we look at the analytics between two comparable teams. It's not made to do all these scattered comparisons across eras, good team versus bad team, play a championship team versus non-playoff team. Y'all make the range in which people use these analytics is wild. Y'all literally use them for anything, to compare anything, just to formulate and push a narrative. They were never meant to be used. And this is why a lot of people have now become turned off to analytics. Salute to Muslim Mate with the super chat, $99.99 super chat. Let's do it again. FYF, F your feelings, support the channel. Yes, everybody support FYF, man. Go to the link pinned at the top of the comment. Click that link. Go over to FYF Sports Clips. Hit the super chat or just donate through the Cash App. And that link is going to be in the chat as well if you want to support the channel. I'm about to drop the link. I'm going to bring you guys up to cook on some of these topics. I appreciate everybody that's been super chatting. Muslim Made, One Mike, and everybody. If I missed you, I do apologize. I think I have a couple people that did super chat. We got that dude, Chris, salute. We got Muslim Made. We got Anthony, who all super chatted. Appreciate everybody coming through, super chatting and supporting the channel today as you got some good games on the slate tonight. So again, when you drop the link, we could talk about tonight's games. We could talk about what we saw last night. But I think the one thing we gotta, and whether you agree or disagree, I want to talk about where did the critics go? The people that said there's no physicality, there's no defense, right? The game is too spread out but yet we're seeing great defense, lower scoring games. Right, when we're seeing the pace slow down, we're seeing refs bite the whistle and allow these guys to play. Where they at? Where they at? And why do they not give credit where credit is due when we start to see the game being played the way they say it's supposed to be played? Let's talk about it. Hold on one second. Let's get this link in the chat. Join the panel. Hit the link. Get you guys to pull up, man. Damn, these comments are moving, man. I'm missing too many of y'all comments. He says, nobody says shit about Kyrie or Steph. That's Lamont being nasty. That's not me being nasty. I just think that one thing I know for a fact, is that most people don't know what defense is, what good defense looks like. Right? I think two, most people attribute good defense because fans so desperately want to give credit to their favorite player. They always want to, if something is going good with a team, they want to be able to say, this credit needs to we got to give this. They want to so desperately give that credit to somebody, right? For OKC, everything is going good. Defense going good. Offense going good. Fans are so desperately, we got to give all this credit to somebody. Let's give it all to Gilbert Alexander. The defense is much better. Give it to Alexander. The offense is much better. Give it to Alexander. And what metrics and what analytics can we find to give him even more credit? It's not even about that. And this is how Lou Dort gets overlooked and gets no credit. This is how Chet Holmgren gets overlooked and gets no credit. This is how Caruso gets overlooked and gets no credit. Because people are so thirsty. Give the MVP to Gilgeous-Alexander. He's the leading scorer in the NBA, and his team is playing the best, and all the analytics all support this. No. That's just you desperately searching for reasons to say another guy, your guy is the best. I think in reality, I think the MVP for this year is easy. It's Nikola Jokic, and it's not close. Because if you ask yourself, who's the best player in the NBA? Who is the best player in the NBA right now? It is not SGA. As good as SGA is, it is not SGA. I mean, no matter how you slice it, if you ask me who the best player in the NBA is right now today, I'm going to say Nikola Jokic. We got Jason Brown. We got Mahari. Salute, man. Appreciate y'all pulling up. We got Jason Brown up, man. What's good, man? What you got on this?
What's good? I wanted to ask some questions about as far as defensively with Minnesota. Like, why they're not helping in the gaps when Rudy Gobert's guarding Luka or Austin Reeves one-on-one. That really don't make sense to me.
3-point shooting?
Yeah. But you can stun and still get back to your man, though.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Would you rather have Luka drop 40, or would you rather have Luka drop 20, get 12 assists and 12 rebounds?
Personally,
them 15 assists gonna light your ass up. That's 30 points. That's 30 plus points.
If he having 12 assists, they most likely gonna win the game. Like if he getting 12 assists, he getting a triple double. It's a wrap.
That's what I'm saying. So you don't help in the gaps because you're basically saying, go beat us by yourself, Luka. We know you can cook anybody one-on-one, but you are not about to get. Remember, in the game one that they lost, Luka had 1 assist, but Luka had 37 points, something like that. But he had 1 assist, and the Lakers struggled. So it tells you what they're basically saying is, if the others can't get involved, we'll let you get off. And so I think in game 2, the Lakers did a good job of imposing their will, getting Bron involved earlier, and finding ways to move the ball, getting more creative with their looks, starting Luka off the ball and then getting him on the ball later in the shot clock. I just think they just went a little bit smarter about it. And defensively, they did a lot to confuse Ant-Man. But
that first game, and they stayed home. They wasn't helping off the strong side corner a lot. Like in that first game, like Rui, he was helping off the strong side corner a lot and giving up that strong side corner 3. And then defensively in transition, they was horrible. They did a better job of getting back and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I mean, the main thing is tonight is going to be a night. I think this game is going to be most important because this game right here is going to show us who's the better coach in this series. That's what it's going to show us. And I think whoever wins this game wins the series. That's what I believe. So, JJ, if he wants to show his coaching mettle, he needs to activate right now and win this game. He has to win this game, especially with them giving up one at home. It's not going to be an easy one in Minnesota. Mahari, man, what's good?
Hey, it was good, Lamont. How you doing, brother?
Man, I'm chilling, man. Same old.
Hey, I do got something to say about the MVP conversation. I do want to bring up something here. I do think that there's got to be a better criteria of how to grade the MVP. Now, my personal opinion, I think this is Shai's year to win the MVP. Now, I do understand where you're coming from when you say that Jokic has had the better overall year in terms of the numbers he's put up this year. And I'm not arguing with you, but I do think that there's a sentiment right now that Shai is going to win the award this year. Let's be honest here. It should have been Shai's award last season if we're going to be honest with ourselves. Because I think Shai's numbers this year, they're good, but I think his numbers last year were far than this year's numbers, in my opinion. I do think that this is Shai's. I think he deserves the MVP this year. My opinion. What do you think?
I mean, I think it's still Nikola Jokic. I think Nikola Jokic has been the best player in the league.
Okay.
I think he's the most impactful player in the league. I think he's the hardest player to guard in the league. I mean, no matter how you slice it, no matter where you want to nitpick his weaknesses, I think Nikola Jokic is hands down an MVP. And I just think that people wanting to give it to Alexander is just you wanting to give it to somebody else. But nobody's been better than Nikola Jokic.
Well, that's the problem I've always had with the MVP. It's like you're trying to give the MVP to somebody that should have earned it the previous year, and now you're going to give it to this year. It's like, dude, give it to the player who deserves it, who has had the most consistent season by far and had the better overall numbers and has contributed to the value of winning. Now I think this year they're going to try to give it, they're emphasizing more value of winning, and I think they're going to give it to Shai. But if you're talking about overall numbers, then I wouldn't argue with you about Jokic.
Well, it's more than just numbers. Like I said, I think if we did a poll and we said who's the best player in the NBA, one, I think is Nikola Jokic. When I say who's the most impactful player in the NBA, I believe it's Nikola Jokic. When you talk about who's most important to their team, I think it's Nikola Jokic by a long shot. He does everything for those guys.
Okay.
I mean, Gilbert Alexander, it's not his responsibility to create for some of the other guys. It's not his responsibility to rebound at a high level. It's not his responsibility to run the offense. Nikola Jokic is more impactful because he literally has to offensive rebound, defensive rebound, run the offense, be the best scorer, make sure Murray gets going, make sure Porter Jr. gets going, make sure Russ isn't running out of control, doing a whole bunch of bird brain stuff. His responsibilities are far more significant, and he's handling that workload way, way better, right? I don't think if you gave Shai all of those duties, he could not do all of those duties. Shai is an elite scorer. Let's just stop there. Because after saying that he's an elite scorer, you cannot say he's elite at anything else on a basketball court. He might be good at a few other things. He's not an elite rebounder. He's not an elite defender. He's not an elite playmaker. When I talk about Nikola Jokic, he's elite at multiple things. He's an elite rebounder, passer, playmaker, scorer. That's why I say it's not even close. I think people just want to give it to Shai or just wanting to give it to him because he's new. That's why. Ian Maxwell said he did allow 70% at the rim. What do you mean allow 70% at the rim? How is that calculated? And what does it mean? When I watch the film, I don't see people scoring on him 70% of the time. That's just not what I see. What I see, though, is, again, I see a whole bunch of perimeter defenders who can't contain their matchup, like Jamal Murray, like Michael Porter Jr., and they're putting far, far more pressure on Nikola Jokic to have to be a rim protector, something that he's just not really good at. So that's the problem. I just think that there is no perimeter defense or pressure that keeps guards out the paint. And you cannot, on top of everything that he's responsible for doing, you can't go ask him to be an elite rim protector. He's not Dwight Howard. G-Sock says MVP usually goes to the player whose team had the most success along with the star. I mean, maybe, but that's not true because they gave it to Russell Westbrook. That team didn't have the most success, right? Westbrook just had a historical season, right?
And I think that's why he won the MVP that year, even though I could say that James Harden had a better overall year than Russell Westbrook, but they gave it to him because he had the historical triple-double type season that hasn't been seen since Oscar Robertson.
I mean, we've seen it, and you're right. I wish they could come up with a set criteria. But
Yeah,
we all know if they came up with a set criteria, that would favor Nikola Jokic. If you make any criteria outside of it just being subjective, you're going to have to give it to Jokic. There's no criteria that you can create that keeps this MVP award in Gilbert Alexander's name. You have to go with a whole bunch of subjective arguments to make him the MVP. Because if you start going off measurables, it's going to go to Nikola Jokic.
See that, and that's where the problem of the MVP issue comes into play. Because how you gonna set a criteria of who should be MVP when one other player has had better statistical categories, but then there's one other player that's had a far superior season that's led to the most number of wins in their franchise's history? How are you supposed to judge that? It's like it's a difficult slope that a lot of these voters have to think of. But I think to me it should be easy to figure out. But there's just a lot of times these voters have different criteria, and I just think it just has to come to a point where a criteria is going to have to be set. Like a basic criteria has to be set to where people can recognize, okay, this guy should be the MVP for me because of these particular criteria. I don't know. It's just I just hate so. Saying.
Hold on, your mic was cutting out, Mahari. We lost you a little bit there.
Oh, can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
We hear you now. I heard most of what you said though. But yeah, no, it's just like I don't mind the people that want to vote for Gilbert Alexander. I mean, I guess it's a feel-good story, and people want to give it to him because they felt like he might have got shortchanged out of it last year. But I just think that's just the wrong way to look at it. And when we look back on NBA history, we ultimately end up regretting this. Because when we look back on NBA history, we see that Jordan should have won way more MVPs. There was never a year where Karl Malone was better than Jordan or more impactful than Jordan. There was never a year where Barkley was better than Jordan or more impactful than Jordan. But so when we start to do this, let me give it to somebody else because I don't want to give it to the same player all the time, we always end up with regrets. Look at how LeBron should have 5 or 6 MVPs if that happened. Jordan should have 6 or 7 or 8 MVPs if they held to a criteria and stuck to a standard, right? There are certain guys that should just have and the reason why they don't put criteria on it is so they can do exactly what they're about to do now. They can have wiggle room to give it to somebody else so you don't have to just over and over again give it to the same guy. And that's why it has to be subjective because they want the league to look like it's diverse with talent. We got stars all over the place. They don't want it to look like it's one guy just dominating the league and just dominating year after year after year. They want it to look like it's parity and stars all over the place, which Gilbert Alexander is a star, but he is not Nikola Jokic. And I just don't care how you slice it.
Okay. I see how you do. But let me ask you this. Let me ask you a different subject in here. LA series. I do think that one of these. I think this is the game that there sort of needs to have.
Hold on, Mahari. Your mic is cutting out, Mahari. Something's going on with your mic, Mahari.
Let me fix that.
All right.
You hear me better now?
Yeah, it's a little bit better. Jason, who you got for MVP?
I did have Shea early in the year, but I think that the late season run that Jokic had, you got to give it to him. You got to give it to him. It's historic. It's just.
Listen, to be honest with you, I think they're just going to give. And they're doing the same thing that they did with Jordan back in the day.
Hold on, we gotta, Mari, you gotta fix your mic, man. We can't hear it, man. All right, Mari will come back. Hopefully, we get him back in here.
But that it's just they gotta find. It's really media driven. That's what sports MVPs are. Who got the best storyline going into the season, and who did this and who's doing this. Shea's carrying this team. They young guys. They almost won 70 games. He averaging 30 again. So that's a cool storyline to have. So you can see why voters is persuaded to vote for him over Jokic, who having a historic season.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we got somebody else in here. We got Tim Jones saying Jokic is overrated. Worst defensive center to ever play in the league. He's not the worst defensive center to ever play in the league. He's seen far worse defensive centers.
I think the thing with him is y'all trying to make him out to be this guy he's not. We know physically he has limitations as a guy. He's not a vertical threat to protect the rim. So I don't know why y'all expecting him to be, like you said, Dwight Howard. You know, his type of defense is going to be more positional based on his limitations as far as foot speed and being able to play vertical. So he's never going to be this elite defensive center that y'all expect him to be. It's just not possible. But he's solid. He still can be solid. He don't have to be the worst defensive big out there like y'all saying he is.
Yeah, I think I think people are just desperate to find a flaw in his game. Like, every player has a flaw. And now people are, because OKC's a good defensive team, now people are pretending that Gilbert Alexander is this elite defensive stopper. Talk about his defense.
Nah, he's not bad, but he ain't no elite. Like you said, every player has a flaw. Like, every player is not just this perfect player that can shoot, play defense at an all NBA level. That's just not, it's not realistic. It's just not logically realistic and possible for that to happen.
Yeah, that's how I feel. I mean, they just nitpicking that stuff. It's just the same narrative when people, when I heard somebody or Skip Bayless, he was debating about why LeBron James can't be the GOAT. He wanted to nitpick something. You know what he said? Man, I can't have a guy who shoots 70% from the free throw line be my GOAT. What?
That's
nitpicking
like, at his finest.
Y'all just nitpick anything. Like, so I think with Nikola Jokic, out of all the stuff he does good, now on top of all of that, he has to be Dwight Howard on defense. What they're asking to see, if you gave Nikola Jokic defense, you are literally looking at the greatest basketball player that ever played the game. Like, I want y'all to really consider what y'all want Jokic to add to his game. If you add elite defense to his game, he is the perfect basketball player. He is the GOAT. Is that what y'all really want? So y'all basically saying the only way Nikola Jokic is good is if he's the GOAT. Because that's really the only nick in his armor that you can find. That's the craziest thing about it. Y'all expectation on these players is ridiculous.
Hey, Lamont, can you hear me better now?
Oh, no, I hear you better now. Andrew Coleman says, Lamont, you was right. Man down sports don't know basketball. No, bro, he's a fake in here. He just be faking and pump faking. You know, it's one of the reasons why Andrew Coleman, you will never see him anywhere where he has to actually talk real basketball, right? I'll go anywhere to talk basketball. If Goat Mike and them are talking basketball at 2 a.m, I'm gonna pull up the Goat Mike channel. You know, anywhere you talking basketball, I like to join the conversation. The reason why he likes to stay talking basketball with his own little circle, one, is because one is protected, right? Nobody's going to challenge him on anything. He can say anything. It don't have to be factual. It could be super opinionated with no facts or analytics to support. And they'll allow, as long as the group of people around them agree, because it's generally some type of hate towards LeBron, then he can say whatever he wants. He's never, and the only people that push against him are people who call in, which what does he do? He don't really let them get their takeoff. He don't let them have an opinion. They can only call one at a time. And then he hangs up on them and gets them up out of there when they start to back him into a corner. That's all that happens. So,
let me interject something real quick. I think that what's happening here is that, and I actually had a debate about this with Ticket last year, and I said to him is that, bro, he can't be better than Shaquille O'Neal, and I told him, Jokic is actually going to be better than Shaq, and it's not, and I think when it's all said and done, Jokic is going to surpass Shaquille O'Neal in terms of his overall production, in terms of his overall stats. When it's all said and done, he could be better than Shaquille O'Neal. And I wonder how are people going to accept it, because Shaq was never a great defender in his prime. He was only good at blocking shots, but he was never an outstanding defender in of itself, right? I think because of the fact that people are trying to put things on Jokic to trying to minimize what he's good at, they try to add stuff to try to make it like, oh, he ain't good at this and that. Well, then I can break down your other favorite player and break down what he isn't good at and all that other stuff. So all I just ask people is just appreciate the players of what they're good at and respect their greatness, all in of itself. Because at the end of the day, you guys are going to do the same thing, just going to compare different eras, and then you're just going to come back and just can't accept the fact that the game has just changed now. That's all. If Jokic is MVP, I'm cool with that. But I guarantee you that the media is going to give it to Shea, and I think it just goes back again to the same old narratives that Jordan went through when he didn't get the MVP in 93 and 97 when they gave it to Barkley and Karl Malone. Doesn't make sense.
Mm-hmm. I mean, like, think about other people that won MVP. Charles Barkley won MVP. Has anybody ever came up here and said Barkley didn't deserve that MVP because he's a bad defender? Did anybody ever come up here and say Magic didn't deserve any of his MVPs because he was an average to below average defender? Like, all
Right.
these MVPs, Steph Curry, did anybody ever say he doesn't deserve his MVP because he's a average to below average defender most times?
And how about Allen Iverson?
Dirk Nowitzki. No one says he didn't deserve his MVP because he's a below average defender most times. It's only Nikola Jokic where he has to be this stellar Hakeem Olajuwon type defender.
To be honest with you, Lamont, the only people that I've heard that say that person didn't deserve MVP is Steve Nash. But I used to be one of those people that said that Steve Nash didn't deserve those MVPs over Kobe Bryant and Shaquille O'Neal back in 2005, 2006. But I think that when you look back at it, his impact of winning was much more significant than Kobe ever was, even though Kobe had spectacular years in terms of overall scoring. But what else that Kobe was able to do during those times when he was having the ball in his hands and do whatever he wanted before he had actual, talent around him? Even the same thing with Allen Iverson too. To be honest with you, I thought that Allen Iverson kind of deserved it, but you could have made an argument for Tim Duncan or Shaq to win that MVP in 2001. In 2002, Jason Kidd was the MVP that year, and they gave it to Tim Duncan. It's the same controversy they always do when it comes to these MVP conversations. It's like they give it to the person that should have won it the year before, and it's like they're playing hot potato with the MVP award.
Oh no. See, this is another funny thing I say. We got 3P got. He says SGA led this league in scoring on a 68 win team. Well, one team, 68 wins is because of the team, not because of an individual player. And then leading the league in scoring. Why is leading the league in scoring? Why is scoring the one metric that just accelerates people above all? What if you're the best defender in the league on a 68 win team? So, like, obviously we'll give SGA scoring, but what if you're the best defender on a 68 win team? Like, and many of you guys, especially with the way you talk about Nikola Jokic, you would assume that defending is very important because Nikola Jokic scores close to 30 points a game himself, but you guys don't care. You only care about his defense. So if 68 wins is important and you guys want Nikola Jokic to be a better defender, well, who's the best defender on OKC? Wouldn't the best defender on a 68-win team be more important than the best scorer on a 68-win team, since you guys are all crying about Nikola Jokic's defense? I mean, it just is. And Franklin, this is not a hot take to say that Nikola Jokic's the MVP. I just think nobody wants to give him his fourth MVP, because if you give him his fourth MVP, that inserts him into the top 10 all time immediately. Like, yep. By default, with no questions asked, I don't care who you have in your top 10. If you give him another MVP, he's in the top 10, and there is no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
I think they're afraid to do it because I think that it would put Jokic in that category of Kareem and Michael Jordan. But if you say that he deserves it, I mean, that's his line of work proves the end of itself. But if people say that SGA's scoring and impact to winning this year deserves MVP, then I mean it's a slippery slope. But that's where, again, remember, we go back to 93 and 97 when Michael Jordan fell short of MVP, both of those instances. Are we going to give the person the MVP because based on his value of winning or impact of winning, or are we going to give the MVP based on his impact of what he does around the team and his statistical categories? That's the question.
I agree, man. I don't know what criteria people want to go on.
And right, that's the thing. And then we go back to the criteria again. And I just wish that a lot of the voters would have a standard criteria of how you judge an MVP. But the problem is there's too many human biases that get in the way of following the same central criteria that every voter has to follow on. And that's where a lot of people who deserve MVP don't get consideration.
I agree. We got somebody says, bro, the Wolves are done for. I don't want to. I wouldn't say that just
I disagree. Yet. I would disagree because I think the Wolves could win tonight or win Game 4 and have an even series. So, but the only thing I will tell you about the Lakers is if Doncic has like 15 assists tonight, then the Wolves are screwed because then you have to deal with Reeves, with Archie Mora, and all these other shooters around along with LeBron. That's going to be much of a problem. But they could do it, but we'll see. They could do it.
See, and what's going to happen is all that SGA for MVP talk last year, all that went into the garbage can when you saw them get exited out the playoffs. See, so again, this is one of the reasons why I say don't connect wins and losses to the MVP, right? Because when that guy that you select, if they team fold and fall apart and lose, you're going to have some explaining to do, right? Especially if you're going to use the 68 wins to justify why he gets the MVP and you're going to give him credit for all the 68 wins, then you better be at the forefront of vilifying him if he don't come through and win the championship. That's why I don't make it about team. You got to make it about individual. And when you look at the individual player, individually, Jokic is just superior. It's just not close. I don't care how you use it, stats, metrics, impact. I don't care. And however you want to measure it, there's no argument for SGA being a better player, a more impactful player. There's just no argument for it. I think people just giving SGA a whole bunch of extra glaze. I don't see it. I mean, but what, did he have a better mid-range pull-up? That's about all he got, better than Jokic.
Well, he can draw a lot of fouls too. I mean, and then I got to hear Tim Finch basically complain about, well, he draws too much fouls, man. How about you tell your defenders to stop fouling him?
I'll give you that. He does draw fouls better too. He does draw fouls better. So I'll give you that. He does draw fouls better. He does have a better mid-range pull-up. But outside of that, he does nothing better than Nikola Jokic.
I mean, he should. I mean, he's a guard. He should have a better mid-range pull-up.
Right. And the other thing is that I would tell Chris Finch, like, how about you tell your players to stop reaching in and biting in on his fakes? How about you just use your feet and don't bite, and tell your defenders don't bite the fake?
Hold on, y'all. We got people saying he's a better defender. So I want y'all to come up here and explain I want y'all to come up here and hit this link and please explain to me how SGA, who isn't even the fifth best defender on his team, since y'all do all of this watching SGA on defense, and you know what they do defensively as a team, because he's not a better defender than Lou Dort, Caruso, Chet. He's not a better defender than Hardenstein, right? I could go down the list.
Carson, he's not better than Carson Wallace either.
That's what I'm saying. He might be the fifth or sixth, if even that. He's not even the best defender on his team, but yet y'all trying to give him all this defensive stuff, and y'all don't even know what he's good at on defense.
Hey, Young Africa just made up a great point. He actually said, Is MVP always the best player in the NBA? That's a
No,
great.
it's not. But this year, I don't care how you slice it. I don't care how you slice up. If you want to give it to the best player, it's Jokic. If you want to give it to the most impactful player, it's Jokic. Right? I don't care how you slice it, because impactful is going to be more subjective. The best player is not as subjective because you can look to the numbers. I don't care how you slice it based on impact. If you go to the analytics, Jokic wins. If you go to impact, Jokic wins. If you want to go with best player, Jokic wins. I think people are just thirsty to give it to somebody else.
Hey, you see that Tim Jones dude making up all sorts of arguments, saying he's the worst defender in the league.
I mean, if you're going to say he's the worst defender in the league, I need you to literally come up here, hit the link, and make a strong case for it. Because just like last year, when I watched the Denver Nuggets play the Lakers, I hadn't seen a lot of Denver Nuggets games, but the one thing I was hearing was, it's Jokic a bad defender. Jokic a bad defender. But then the first thing I see when Anthony Davis is playing Nikola Jokic, the first thing I'm saying to myself is, he's not as bad of a defender as people say. He actually making life hell for Anthony Davis, especially late game in the fourth. But see, when he actually does well defensively, he gets no credit. He gets no flowers. Y'all just wait for those opportunistic moments to where when they lose a game, oh, he played bad defense, that's why he lost. And it probably had nothing to do with his bad defense. It probably had nothing to do with defense. Y'all don't give him his credit when he do good defensively. Y'all just bloviate when they lose and say it's because of bad defense. When y'all don't even, if you can't tell me what defensive scheme they were running, don't talk to me about defense. Because scheme plays a large role into how well you can be as a defender individually. Right? If you're running for example, there are some coaches that love allowing guys to attack the middle. Right? They're going to allow middle. Right? Well, if your scheme is to allow guys middle and you keep allowing guards to get middle and they let off bombs on you in the mid-range, what the hell are you supposed to do? You supposed to just go rogue outside of the scheme and go against the team scheme? Like, I mean, sometimes it's scheme, it's your teammates. It's too many other things that impact defense for me to label guys as bad defenders. This is why y'all say silly stuff like Austin Reeves is a bad defender. Y'all say that because he's white and he has the toughest defensive matchup on any given night. Just ask Marsh. Marsh said that Austin Reeves' matchup difficulty was 1,555%. He has the toughest matchup difficulty in NBA history. It's on B-Ball Index. Y'all just go check it out. He says they didn't put Aaron Gordon on AD in the second half. I don't remember who they were guard. I don't know. I don't remember who was guarding who, Tyson, because NBA basketball today is not about who guards who. It's about how you guard within the system, because there's too many switches. There's too many rotations. You're going to have to leave your man. You cannot stay attached to one person. So it's not about who guards who. It's about how you defend within that system. Right? Now, there may be moments where we can identify, we can see some of your strengths. If you're a great on-ball defender, late shot clock, and you got to guard KD or something like that. But Jokic doesn't necessarily have to see matchups like that late shot clock. He's a center. Late shot clock, he's not going to have to see the guards on the perimeter with the ball. So, I mean, I just don't know what y'all are seeing to say he's this bad defender. And I just don't know what y'all expect him to do on defense to make up for some of the poor defenders that they have to put on the court, especially on the perimeter.
Yeah.
I mean, if Rudy Gobert by himself, he couldn't save the Utah Jazz. Rudy Gobert himself can't save this Minnesota team. Dwight Howard by himself couldn't save Orlando at times. I mean, we've seen the greatest defenders of all time struggle when you have bad POA defenders out there.
When you consistently getting blown by on the perimeter, it's going to make your big always going to look bad.
What you want the big to do when you getting blown by?
And the same thing with Hakeem Olajuwon too. Anytime when Vernon Maxwell or Kenny Smith get blown by to the rim, and then the Olajuwon's got to come over and help. That puts him in a bad position too.
Why? How do you think Olajuwon got dunked on when he got dunked on?
Exactly. By Kevin
Right?
Johnson.
Kevin Johnson. How you think somebody, like I'm saying, guards, like people, like guards don't fear big men. Guards look at big men as an opportunity to be on Sports Center. Because if you block a guard at the rim, nobody cares. But if you get your dunk on a big can get blocked 50 times in a row. But if you get that one dunk off out of 50 tries, it's going to be all over Sports Center for the rest of the year. Because y'all don't care about defense. Yeah, Rudy Gobert's never going to be on Sports Center because of his blocks. But he will be on Sports Center because of that one time he gets dunked on. And y'all going to say he's a bad defender. He says, well, take a goddamn foul. Why would you want Nikola Jokic taking fouls? What type of idiot will tell Nikola Jokic go out there and take fouls? He's your best player. The last thing you want him doing is fouling.
That's that Charles Oakley mentality thing where they want him to foul every single time to try to get to the rim, to try to play that fake intimidation tactic.
And then when he's sitting on the bench with 4 fouls in the first half, what the hell are they supposed to do?
Right.
Play DeAndre Jordan?
You mean old ass DeAndre Jordan?
That's what I'm saying. Like, what? Y'all game plans be just in the garbage can.
Right.
I think you said it best. Like, you don't know what real defense is. Like one-on-one is not. That's not what basketball is about today. It's impossible to strictly guard one man the whole game. But switches,
impossible.
help defensive rotations. The ability when you have shooters on the like, it's a lot to defense, man. Like than just guarding somebody individually one-on-one. That's not how it works.
Keep cooking. They don't understand that.
Exactly. A lot of these they don't even watch. They don't even know what they watching.
They think it's the park, bro.
They watching, bro.
They think it's the park. They talk about the NBA basketball like it's the park, 1-on-1, 3-on-3.
Exactly.
With no coaches and real basketball.
Hold on, Tim Jones. If we're pathetic for giving them a pass, hit the link and tell us why we pathetic for giving them a pass. I mean, I don't care that you have this crazy opinion about Nikola Jokic. I just want you to come up here and explain to the people why you had this crazy opinion. And I want to see what facts you have to support it. Or you just saying a whole bunch of stuff because you don't like him.
Lamar, I got a question for you when you finish.
Yo, what's up, man?
Would you want your best player to have 3 fouls at the first half because you wanted to show exceptional defensive effort and be the Captain America on defense?
Bro, nobody wants their best player to have 5 fouls. I mean, 3 fouls in the first half.
Or am I tripping?
But I guess they want Nikola Jokic to foul out. Compromise what you do best by hacking and fouling. I mean, but people with these atrocious game plans, I guess.
Hey, Lamont, you better make sure when everybody gets to the rim, you're going to foul the shit out of them. Make sure nobody gets to the rim. I don't give a damn if he got 5 or 6 fouls. Foul his ass.
They retarded.
Here's the problem. The funniest thing about it, my bad, I didn't mean to cut you off, Jason, but the funniest thing about it is with all this physicality in the playoffs, if you go look on Twitter, if you look at IG, I want y'all to go look at what a lot of the old head media members are saying. They fouling too much, and y'all being too physical, and they crying about the fouling and the physicality.
Same way they talked about it in the 90s, saying that the game was too rough.
Sad.
I remember I've talked about the handshaking thing they keep talking about, like you can just handshake. Like, bro, imagine trying to pick up John Wall full court trying to handshake him. Like,
man, come on, man.
Come on, bro. That's what I told him. Bro, like you're not gonna handshake. Anytime you play an elite player above the 3-point line with no rim protection, you're gonna get blown by 90% of the time, bro. Like, what are y'all talking about?
Especially physical guards, big guards,
exactly.
Like John Wall and James Harden, man. Go ahead and hand check all you want.
6'4", 225. You're not gonna just hand check them. That's 6'4",
Or
230.
Like, what are y'all talking about?
Yeah, or
That's how I know
6'6",
you never.
235 pounds, literally
Thank you.
posting you
Thank
up.
you.
Jason,
Thank
I've
you.
told him. I said, look, I said, just go to try it at LA Fitness. I said,
Bro,
you don't even have to try it against
look,
NBA dudes. Just go try it at LA Fitness.
Look, anytime somebody, like I was playing the other day, this dude, I'm like, bro, what are you doing, bro? That's an easy blow by. Any elite player, they gonna blow by you 100% of the time, bro.
Right.
That's
Bro,
why you got somebody try hand swipe, knocking their hand down.
Hold
Right,
on, we got
getting
Tim
right
Jones
past them, bro.
says.
They act like they don't know what a hand swipe is.
He said expecting Jokic to play defense is zesty. No, it's not. First of all, Tim Jones, I just want you to come up here and explain to us why he's a bad defender, and then
Tim
give
Jones,
us
click
examples.
the link, bro. Tim Jones, stop faking the smoke. Click the link and improve your argument, bro.
Because
Hey,
y'all love to say that there's no defense being played. Like, so first of all, a lot of people like Tim Jones, the first thing that they say is nobody plays defense. Well, if nobody plays defense, then why do you expect it? Secondly, then you say Nikola Jokic doesn't play any defense. Well, what does that look like? Give me examples. Give me moments in the game where you can say he completely just sold on defense or he was just really bad. All right. Because almost every time they do this, like, I mean, I don't know what you mean, Tim Jones. Like I say, I don't think a lot of y'all understand the game. I just think y'all desperate to say Nikola Jokic is bad at something. And I just don't think y'all understand I just don't think y'all understand the conundrum that y'all are creating. If y'all expect excellent defense from Nikola Jokic, if he adds that to his game, he's the greatest player of all time. He has no flaws. So it just seems like the only way y'all will be happy is if a player is absolutely perfect. And we haven't seen that player yet. So y'all literally are asking for somebody that we've never seen in NBA history.
Lamont, he don't even have to click the link. I'm going to tell you what he's going to say. He's going to say that Jokic doesn't play D because he doesn't block 3 shots a game. That's what he's going to say.
Yeah, but I can tell you players who do block 3 shots a game and they still trash defenders. Look at Jaren Jackson.
I get you, Lamont, but right. But he's going to say, if I have a big man on my team, I expect him to block shots. That's his job. That's what they're going to say. Same tired, weak argument.
We got one of the goats up here.
But
man.
then they're going to turn around and say that the league shoots too many threes.
What's good, Young Africa? What you got?
So how you going to block? How you going to block?
What up, Lamont? Championship coach, man. Shout out to FYF Lamont, man. National champion. Look, man.
Nah, man, we lost it this year, man. We lost it, Young Africa, man.
Oh, really?
We lost in the Final Four this year.
Oh.
No, we lost in the Final Four. We lost to Wisconsin in the Final Four. My nemesis. Yeah, they came with they had a squad. Well, we kind of sold. We missed 12 free throws. If we just make some more free, we win the game. So that's on me. It's just the simple stuff got us.
No, that's the fundamentals, man. And hey, speaking of fundamentals, man, I hear what you're talking about, man. And
hold on, Young Africa. One more thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't like losing too much. 2 of my top recruits that I'm bringing in, you know where they from, right?
From the motherland. Yes, brothers.
South Sudan. I got 2 South Sudan players, 2 6'10".
Hey, man.
I said, fuck it,
man. The brothers during the Olympics, man. I was trying to tell them we coming. I was trying to tell them that we coming, man. And I'm glad.
I said I got to make sure they don't see my video of the South Sudan national team, man. Let me delete this video, man.
Yeah.
I got to make sure I get.
What's up, Young Africa?
Hey, what up, man?
No, go ahead and cook, though. I'm just messing.
I've been listening to what you say, man. You were a very slick operator, man. Talking about Jokic and why. Now, there's no reason why he shouldn't win. He's obviously made a great case, all-time great case. But me personally, what I value, the most valuable thing I think a player can be is a two-way player in the NBA. If you can provide elite offense and defense, you are already the most valuable player in the NBA. Now, or one of the most valuable players. And you don't have to have A+ offense. See, SGA, A+ offense. You can give him a B+ defense. But you got guys like Kawhi, A+ offense, A+ defense at his peak. You got guys like LeBron. You got guys like SGA who are playing high-level offense, historically high. Now, how good has SGA been this season when it comes to what he's done? At 6'6", with a 7-foot wingspan, he generated 5.5 steals and blocks and deflections per game. Why is that important? for a defense who Lamar averaged the most turnovers per game, forced turnovers on the opponent per game. That's important. And that's a part of your role on the defense. I agree. It's a team. And now when we come to the value of that, what is the most important position on defense in the modern NBA? We got these souped up offenses. It is definitely the center. It has to be the center. Yo, for your team to be versatile, and you got an Evan Mobley, we already are steps ahead of many teams in the NBA. You got a Draymond Green, versatile, many steps ahead. You got a Jokic, you at a deficit, Lamar. You need an Aaron Gordon, you need a KCP, you need a Bruce Brown to cover up those deficits. And so when you have an elite two-way player, I think that's always more valuable, just on an inherent value level. Fuck all the history of the NBA, MVP. We can talk about all the wins and how they've changed the definition of what is valuable. But according to my perception and what I think we need to talk about is what truly value is. And the value to a team, if you're a two-way player, when it comes down to the playoffs where it matters most, is the most valuable thing in the NBA. Jaylen Brown, not an A-plus offensive player, but he's solid, very solid defense. Drew Holiday, Derek White, better defensive players than offensive players. And that's more valuable in today's modern NBA. I don't need an A-plus offensive player for my second, third, fourth option. I don't need all that. I don't need that at all. And I would ask you, Lamar, is it not in the modern NBA, in this spaced-out offense, the center is not the most important defensive piece to your team?
No.
No.
It's one of the reasons why. It's one of the reasons why a lot of teams that we see, their best defensive lineups are typically without a true center on the floor. For example, when you look at this Laker team, when AD got traded, as a team, they were more versatile defensively because the way offenses are designed today, you have to your defense has to be able to stop guys from getting into the paint, because typically once you get into the paint, even elite rim protectors can't stop you from scoring. The proof in that is look at the Jaren Jacksons. Look at the look at the Rudy Goberts. Over the last few years, people have now started to say that Rudy Gobert is a liability because of how easy guards can score in the paint on him. So your point of attack defense and your perimeter defense, if that ain't shored up, I don't care who you have down low, it don't mean nothing. It's not going to help you. So I just think that the center, the traditional center, is crazy. And like, I don't know what percentages people have been looking at. Like, and I get, like, when you look at, like, for example, when you look at the analytics, right? Okay, there's been a lot of people that said, oh, we can't look at defensive box plus minus because defensive box plus minus, if you look at it, they now incorporate passing, and that favors Jokic, and that's what puts Jokic at the top. Okay, so if we look past the analytics, right, and we look past defensive box plus minus, well, then y'all need to explain to me then how is Nikola Jokic 15th in the NBA in defensive win shares? I think y'all need to explain to me how Nikola Jokic is in the top among centers in defensive Raptor. No matter what defensive metric you go to, defensive EPM, defensive PIP, Nikola Jokic keeps finding his way on top of, he was second in the league in steals. So if you talk about steals, which
that's cool.
Young African, you just talked to me about how valuable steals are. Well, who was number 2 in the league in steals?
Yeah. And how did that impact the team? Well, what were they rated as a team defense?
Hold on. You see, because the thing is, we're just talking about him as an individual defender. Because the one thing I've already shown is, and the one thing I will give any great defender a pass on is, a great defender cannot make up for 4 other guys and the weaknesses of 4 other guys. So Nikola Jokic, if he is individually, I can see his defensive impact in the analytics. He's second in the NBA in steals. So he's doing something defensively that I can see. I don't expect everything to him to do defensively. I don't expect him to completely transform a team and have that because of him, that defense now makes the team the best defense in the league. There's 4 other guys that got to do their part in that as well. Proof of that is looking at Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, because again, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, nobody's talking about his defense if Caruso ain't there. Nobody's talking about his defense if Chet Holmgren ain't at the rim erasing a whole bunch of mistakes. Nobody's talking about his defense if Lou Dort isn't taking the toughest assignments on the perimeter every single night. So at the end of the day, you got a whole host of guys that are not just good defenders. You got a host of guys that are elite defenders. You've put them all alongside of him. But instead of giving those guys credit for the improved defense, y'all are trying to find the wiggle room to give the credit to Gilbert Alexander when he is. I give it to him on offense. But if you talk about having a significant defensive impact, you're looking at the 5th or 6th most impactful guy on defense on that team. Maybe and 5th or 6th is pretty high. And so when you look at Nikola Jokic, at least the numbers support him. Y'all were saying he's a bad defender, even though the numbers don't support it.
Numbers.
Right?
I got numbers. I got one number. And
because
I
got another number too. Because even
number.
when somebody said, because somebody said in the chat, right? Somebody said in the chat right here, they said that players score 70% of the time on Nikola Jokic. This was false because this was based on an early season tracking stat. When Jokic allowed, when Jokic allowed 69.5% from the rim. That was the second worst among high volume rim defenders back in December, right? But who is the worst rim defender in the league? If you want to go off rim percentage, it was you could say it was Karl Anthony Towns. Karl Anthony Towns
that makes sense. That makes sense.
Karl Anthony Towns is 73.2%. But you know what we don't hear around Karl Anthony Towns? Obviously he's not a great defender. That's one of his weaknesses, his deficiencies. But the Knicks are still looked at as what? A good defensive team because of Tom Thibodeau. And nobody's hedging the entire Knick defense on Karl Anthony Towns being able to be a great rim protector. It's the perimeter defenders that make that team a great defense.
I wouldn't call the Knicks a great defense, but yeah, that 70% number is evident when you watch the game. Now you can watch the game and you can talk about all the analytics, but when you watch the game and you look at SGA, he's a high IQ defender. His steals aren't gamble steals. He still ain't putting his team in bad position steals. His steals is reading the play and understanding what is happening and being able to read what will occur before it happens. That's high IQ. That's different. That contesting at the rim is the most important thing for a center. Now, I think you don't understand, but you made my point, Lamar. You made my point.
No, it's not the most important
when you said
I just explained to you why it wasn't the most important thing.
When you said the versatility of a center and being able to go small like the Lakers do is my point. When I say guys like Evan Mobley, guys like Draymond Green, guys that can play versatile defense at the 5 position, being the most important position, because if that 5 can switch out onto the perimeter, if they can hedge and get back to their man, if they can play 2 and still be able to keep the offense outside the paint, for example, like a Draymond.
That's scheme.
That's scheme. But that is the scheme. So I'm asking you, coach, the scheme can only can only be applied if you got the personnel that can apply the scheme, though.
And what I'm saying is like, so all of the tactics that you're saying, the hedge and recover and all this is still all scheme, right? And obviously you want to build your scheme around what the players can do. And what I'm saying is, with Nikola Jokic, does he have obvious limitations to what he can do defensively because of his lack of foot speed? Yes. But is he as bad on defense as what people are making it out to be? No. At worst, his numbers are average. At worst, his numbers are average with what the average centers do in the NBA. At worst, right? And when you look across the board, his defensive analytics are far higher than most players, no matter which one you select. Even if you want to take out the ones that might be incorporate things that like passing, but it's like right here. Jokic was top 10 in the NBA in contested shots, right? He had 1,364 contested shots in the 2024-25 season. That's 9th most in the NBA. It says right here, it says this means Jokic is frequently getting a hand up on shooters, whether it's at the rim or on jump shots. It says he contests more shots than many other quicker defenders, a testament to his activity and IQ. He's 9th in the league in contested shots. So when you're telling me that a guy who can top 10 in contested shots is getting scored on, well, good players who contest shots typically get scored on.
Sound like we attacking that. It sound like we think it's sweet in the paint when Jokic is there, and it sound like we go straight.
And what you're forgetting though is this: the outcome of your defense doesn't always dictate the quality of it. If you contest the shot well and they make a tough contested shot, that's just a hell of a make. So at the end of the day, if he's contesting a ton of shots That's really all you can ask of a
What's
guy.
the percentage on those shots?
What more
What's
at the end of a possession?
I'd like to know what the percentage they're shooting when he can test
what more
all those shots.
end of a possession can you ask for is a contested shot. If I'm going to live with that. If you have 100 shots in a game and I tell you that 100 of those shots are contested, I'm going to live with that. I can work with
Lamar, there's different quality in contests, man. There's a solid contest that's straight in his face. Hey, if you're watching the playoffs, you saw somebody hit what's his name in the face, Hardaway Jr., man, somebody on the Knicks, man, Jalen Brunson. If you've been watching the game,
okay,
and you know that.
Now let's go to the next one. Let's go to the next one. You talked about deflections. You talked about deflections. Who led all centers in deflections this year?
Sound like it could be Jokic. Wouldn't be
Nikola
surprised.
Jokic. It says right here. It says one area where Jokic truly shines is getting deflections. He led all NBA centers in deflections for 6 straight seasons leading up to 2025. In the 2024-25 season, he continued this trend with an uncanny ability to poke the ball away and disrupt passing lanes. Head coach Mike Malone praised Nikola Jokic's uncanny ability to break up passes when defending pick and rolls. These deflections don't always show up as steals in the box score, but they stall the opponent's offense and create loose balls that teammates can recover. So when we talk about defense, and you just mentioned deflections, when you're talking about OKC, you also mentioned steals. Nikola Jokic was second in the NBA in steals. He was number 1 in NBA amongst all centers in deflections. How is that not good defense?
Because his team's rated 21st in the NBA in defense, man. So, you know,
it is what it is. But we're not talking about the team defense. We're talking about Jokic's defense.
Jokic's defense. Well, yeah, you know, there's many things that occur before a deflection happens. What happens in the play, how the defensive scheme is because of those limitations. Like, what does he do? He will play drop and then pick and roll. He will have a late contest. They will attack him and go to the rim, and they will shake his ass up. Like, there's a lot of things that he does. He's stationary for the most part. He'll get a rebound and he'll close out the possession, elite rebounder, but he's not contesting. The contest, I would say, if we were to look at them, what's defined as a contest, it will be interesting. Because
but
an actual contest is not just being around the guy.
And I'll give you contesting because we don't know. But the one thing we do know, and the one thing that we know is more valuable, is a deflection. A deflection, we know what a deflection is, and we know a deflection is more valuable than even a contested shot. So how can he lead the league? How can he lead all centers in deflections for 5 years, get praise from his coach as far as being able to disrupt pick and rolls because of his hands and activity, second in the NBA in steals, and I'm supposed to believe y'all when y'all tell me he's a bad defender? When he has the deflections, when he has the contested shots, when he has the steals, he has all of the defensive analytics in his favor outside of the ones that you want to scrutinize. But I'm supposed to believe y'all when y'all say he's just worst, like Tim, like, and I'm not saying you said this, Africa. Tim Jones said he's the worst defensive center in NBA history.
Oh no, they've been worse. They've been worse. I consider rebounding part of defense, and just on that alone, he's a solid defender. But no, that's not correct. But I would say this: when we talk about the MVP, what's more valuable?
Let me get to this right here, and I'm sorry because I got to get to the. He says, listen to this comment. He says, Tim Jones agreed. Praising Jokic's deflections is a reach. Those are largely gamble, random deflections. So first of all, deflections are one of the most, especially in a shot clock game. Deflections, the reason why people started counting deflections is because of players like the Tony Allens, because of players like the Drew Holidays, because they are so disruptive to your offense. They create scrambles. They get your offense all imbalanced. Guys are now out of place. It forces you into late shot clock situations. Deflections are highly valuable. And the fact that you said that his deflections are random gambles when his own coach just said his deflections largely come out of pick and roll defense. Now, Mr. Ballarise, do I believe you who watch maybe 10 games in a year, or do I believe his coach, the guy that led them to a championship, right? who watches literally every game because he's there courtside. See, now it comes to your credibility versus not me saying it. His own head coach said it. Like I tell y'all, don't believe me. His own coach said this. Y'all said deflections are random gambles. That is wild.
That is
and it's just
stupid.
a testament to how little y'all know about the game. If
Right.
you want to say that deflections don't mean anything. And
That's
are random
crazy.
They
gambles,
stupid. They
that is
stupid.
wild.
That don't even make sense. Like you just said, if you know basketball, deflections disrupt offenses.
You just said
So,
it, bro.
Hold on,
If you know
yeah.
basketball,
Come on, bro. Like that's the key. Like you said in the shot clock, a team trying to get into their offense, you deflect the ball, this disrupt them and force the shot clock go down. So it's like I don't know what bro is talking. How is it a gamble? Like that don't
that's
even
the
make sense.
equivalent of saying that rebounds don't matter.
I would expect that though. Jokic got a high IQ, man, so he would use that IQ on defense as well and read the play. Just like Luka is able to get steals, but I wouldn't call them good defenders for that alone. But what I would say is this: value when you talk about Shea, for example, that elite offense and defense, it's more valuable to any team. If I was to place that now, Jokic's offense, it depends. You could say the historic offense outweighs everything, and we've never seen it. Okay, that's cool, man. All-time great. Had one of the greatest seasons of all time. Shout out to Jokic, man. And that's no hate. But two-way play, we about to see. And that's why we're seeing in the first round against the Clippers. We're seeing Kawhi look like he once did and having that two-way ability. He was out there checking Jokic and checking him well, man. That's amazing. And that's the most valuable players are those two-way plays. You have to be historically great. Curry, historically great offensive player. LeBron can still handle both and does both sides of the ball very well when he needs to. Those players are inherently more valuable. You have to be such ridiculously high-level offensive player to be considered all-time great.
Let me ask you a question, young African.
And that's why I would ask you, how great is offensive player if there is liabilities like that?
Let me ask you a question, Mr.
When it comes
Young
to
Africa.
winning, impact to me is the winning part and how it assists the team.
Young Africa, let me ask you a question.
Gordon, solid defender, but go ahead.
Where do you rank Magic Johnson?
Oh, highly. Not as high as a guy like Hakeem Olajuwon, for example. Not as high.
Who is Magic Johnson ranked over?
Ranked over?
Yeah. Who would you rank under Magic Johnson?
Like Larry Bird, these kind of guys. He's not ranked over guy. If I had to rank my own, Kevin Garnett is over Magic Johnson.
Oh shit!
Two-way play. Straight up, two-way play. Stop hating on the two-way play, man.
Maybe you
see
consistent.
every postseason, man. It's what matters the most.
Kawhi Leonard over Magic?
Yeah, go ahead.
At his peak, Kawhi Leonard over Magic Johnson.
Scottie Pippen over Magic?
Yeah, go ahead.
Scottie Pippen didn't show that high level offense. No.
Lamont.
Scottie Pippen, no. But Scottie Pippen didn't show that high level offense as.
Yes, he did. He averaged over 20 a game.
Yes, show Jokic high level offense.
It's not elite.
His offense was just as high level with the playmaking and scoring as Magic's. Magic just was flashy with it.
What about Jokic and Kawhi's offense?
Hold on. I think that here's the most simple way I can put it. For example, who would y'all say is the best defensive center in the NBA right now?
Right now?
Yeah. Best, and I'm gonna ask Africa since he talked about centers. Africa. Who is the best defensive center in the NBA right now? Probably Anthony Davis.
Yeah, Anthony Davis.
And then who's the best offensive center in the NBA right now? Would you say it's Nikola Jokic?
Yeah, by far.
Okay.
Jokic, yeah.
Now we have the best defensive center, and now we have the best offensive center. Now let me ask you this question: is there any team in the NBA that if we take out their best player and you put Nikola Jokic on, and that team does not get significantly better? I feel like if you put Nikola Jokic on any team in the NBA, you replace their best player with Nikola Jokic, you get significantly better, irregardless of the defense.
Oh, definitely.
But on the flip side of that, and we just saw this with Dallas, if you remove the best player, which was Luka, and you put Anthony Davis, the best defender in that place, that team does not get significantly better.
Oh, I'm not sure if you heard, Lamont. The general manager, Nico Harrison, says we cannot judge Dallas until everybody is available.
Oh, I knew that. I seen that coming. I seen that coming. I seen that coming.
Dallas general manager stated, Nico Harrison, he said defense wins championships, man. I don't know why you're bringing up Dallas, but that's what the general manager said.
And if you had to stake a bet on that, if you had to stake a bet on that, on the what the 5-year outcome is going to look like, you rocking with the fact that that's going to end in a championship?
Not likely, man. But hey, he's not wrong. He's not wrong on the principle. Horrible trade, but defense does win championships at the same time.
Let me ask you this: who wins the championship sooner? The top 3 offensive players or the top 3 defensive players? Who wins the championship first?
Go ahead, and that's the easy question in Africa.
Who wins a defensive champion? Who wins a
so
championship?
If we go with the top 3, like for example, if we go with Luka and we go with Jokic, and I'm talking about the ones that we say don't play defense. Who else? So let's just go with Luka and Jokic, and then the top best defenders. Who is the 2 top defenders? You got Evan Mobley
and AD, basically.
Anthony Davis.
Okay. So who are your top 2? Who is your top 2, Africa?
Oh, I would say Anthony Davis, Evan Mobley.
Yeah.
Okay, we start right there. Who wins the championship first? Jokic or Luka, or Evan Mobley or Anthony Davis?
Oh, Jokic already won one, but just by seeing what's happened and Anthony Davis has won one, we see that the teams that have won recently do have defensive anchors. They do. Jokic had an anchor in Aaron Gordon, who was a solid and amazing defender during that run. You got Anthony Davis.
If Aaron Gordon is the anchor, then why don't y'all put the onus of that team being better defensively on Aaron Gordon?
Oh, we should. Definitely. We should do that. We should talk about Chris Brown as well. We should talk about.
I see where you're going, Lamont. I like it.
You should. Hey, first off, Jokic is an amazing player, man. Did you know Jokic is the only MVP in NBA history in their first 10 years in NBA to have never played with an All-Star?
Let's stick with this young Africa. I'm liking this.
Did you know that, Lamar? The only MVP in NBA history in their first 10 years to never play with an All-Star in their career. That's amazing.
Right.
I mean, there's a lot you can criticize. Like I even saw a stat that said Jokic has never beat a team in the playoffs that won 50 games. Like I've seen a lot of stats that kind of can either help or hurt players that are just kind of obscure, probably don't have as much meaning, but they are kind of interesting. So, I mean, and both bad, to the good or to the bad. So I've seen a lot of stats that can be good or bad that are kind of interesting sounding, that are good conversation pieces.
Because all those guys you were talking about before, like Magic Johnson, all these players, Jokic hasn't had that type of teammate next to him, like a Kareem, like a Shaq, you know. So he is that dominant player. But
One more question after you're done.
If he was, who would you draft, man? Lamar, if you had a team and you saw Jokic and you knew and you seen his like best play and you saw Anthony Davis, who you taking?
Jokic.
Oh, your team. You're taking Jokic?
Jokic, yes.
So now your next pick in your team, it has to be some kind of defensive style play.
No. But what I'm saying is,
well, this is a team sport. Keep
Jokic does so many things well. It's easier to map out a team around him, right? As opposed to Anthony Davis. With Anthony Davis, you have to have a very specific team built around him. Like, for example, it's one of the reasons why I say a lot of people saying, oh, this Kyrie Anthony Davis combo won't work, because AD needs what? Somebody to facilitate and get him the ball, right place, right time. Like
Bingo.
And without that facilitator, or without somebody without somebody intentionally always getting him the ball, he's going to struggle. Even when Anthony Davis has big games, like he dropped 40 in that last game where they got ousted. Do you know what else happened that game? Lively 0 points, Gafford 0 points.
Boom.
But the problem is when he gets this point, now you just turning everybody into standstill, I'm gonna watch you work type of players. And so now he can't get nobody else going but himself. So all he can do is defend, get his own buckets, but he doesn't make anybody better. The offense ain't functioning. As opposed to Nikola Jokic, where Nikola Jokic score 15 points and still win by 30. Because he got 15 rebounds,
assists.
You know, so I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, if you think you can build a championship team around Anthony Davis with him as your one, you can have at it. But good luck with that one. It's not going to work. I think we all know Nico Harrison's about to crash and burn. He's about to crash and burn.
Oh, it looked horrible, man. It looked horrible, most definitely. But once again, when it comes to the playoffs right now, and we're watching Zubac, right, who is nowhere near the player of Jokic, but putting up the defensive impact, rebounding at a high level, and you see the value of having that kind of player in the playoffs. Now, Jokic is an amazing player. He won a chip already, but when he doesn't have those defenders like a KCP, like a Bruce Brown, it shows, man, with the inability to guard these players on the perimeter, man. Hey,
is Zubac better? Is Zubac a better player than Jokic?
What?
Is Zubac a better player than Jokic?
I said it's not even close, man. It's not even close.
Okay.
But
all that defense, he still ain't better than Jokic.
Zubac is a better defender than Jokic, though.
Is he a better basketball player than Jokic?
Oh no, he not. But his impact.
What I'm
is
saying
different.
is, if you swap Zubac and Nikola Jokic, do they have a better chance of winning because he's better?
Obviously, they become the best team in the NBA, man. That's why Jokic is an all-time great. Yeah, that's no doubt.
So young Africa, I got one more question for you. If I can rebound, score, pass, and set screens better than you, but you score and play better on-ball defense than me, does that make you or me better?
Hey, yo, say that again, man.
I can score. You can argue this. Maybe Kawhi and Jokic might be on the same level to some people because of mid-range scoring and etc. But if I can score just as good or better than you, rebound better than you, pass better than you, set screens better than you, but you play better on-ball defense, perimeter defense, and you can score, does that make you or me better?
Yeah. If you're talking about Kawhi and Jokic, that's a great question. I would say at Kawhi's best, that is more valuable. And it's not just you can score. It's you can score on all three levels in the post. You can do it all. And then you can be the best. You can take the best offensive player no matter what position and hold that down and do that in championship runs. Yeah,
but I'm better. But I'm better at rebounding and getting my other teammates involved.
That's cool. But do you understand the level when we say impact? So skill sets have there's different skill sets. And yeah, you're a great rebounder. Okay. You're 7 foot as well. But the 6'8" Kawhi is still a solid rebounder. But also,
I just realized
in terms of the perimeter offense.
We got Johnny up here. The exposure, man, was good. Johnny, man.
Johnny, please cook on it. Please cook.
Peace and blessings, brothers. What's good? Peace and blessings. What's good, brother?
Cook them, Johnny.
I actually missed the first part of the show, Lamont. I apologize. But I heard y'all talking defense, so I had to make sure I crack in. Because, some people are confused, Lamont. Are we saying Joker's a good defender or a bad defender? What are we saying about Joker here now?
What am I saying? What I'm saying is, Jokic, if you want to put a label to it, he's an average to slightly above average defender. If you had to put a subjective label to it. But this notion, like Tim Jones and a lot of other people, every time Denver loses a game, all I hear is people saying, Jokic the worst defender in the league, and they put all this, and it's just like, Jokic is not this horrible defender. I just think it's a lot of people who, with this lazy approach to evaluating the game, they want to put the blame on somebody. So what they do is they point at that person's deficiency, and then they hyperinflate how bad he was on that side of the ball, right? So they say, what is Jokic bad at? Oh, he's bad at defense. Jokic, his defense cost him the game. And it's just like, if I go back and watch the game, I'm almost positive I won't see that Jokic's defense cost him the game. And they just put all of this pressure. They won't, and Young Africa just said, when they made their championship run, Aaron Gordon was the anchor. Well, if Aaron Gordon's the anchor and their defense is hitting the fan like shit, well, then why don't we just blame the anchor? That's probably the first person we should blame if we blame anything defensively.
Yeah.
And it's just like, I don't hear anybody saying Aaron Gordon's.
Yeah, I don't hear Aaron Gordon's name. I just hear Jokic.
Man. Aaron Gordon ain't the same defender like he was. We should be talking about it.
Yeah, no, I mean, because all year I've been crucified for my defensive takes. So Joker was one of the guys that I told people, to be honest with you, would be a better defender for the Lakers than Anthony Davis would have been. And they try to chew me up about it because, again, there's a way to talk about individual defense and there's a way to talk about team defense. And he's one of the most, Joker's one of the elite defensive anchors in today's NBA. They don't consider him that because he's not a great rim protector. He's not a great shot blocker. But his ability to protect the paint and play team defense is amongst the best of all the centers in today's NBA. Like, he's up there with them.
Best? What are we talking about, man?
The numbers support that. That's the problem. The numbers.
Thank you.
The numbers, like I just pulled it up, and I'm glad.
Defensive win shares. Look at that. Look at this defensive win
right here
share.
for you.
Man,
It's so bad. The numbers,
Corey
Johnny, the numbers are so much so in your favor that people have started to say, well, first they say, oh, you can't use defensive box plus minus no more because it incorporates passing. We know that favors Jokic. So let's just say we remove defensive box plus minus. He finds his way into the top of defensive win shares, defensive Raptor, defensive EPM, defensive PIP, and then also he's led all centers and deflections. He's second in the NBA in steals. So it's funny how you can't run, and then when people say the 68% rim protection, right? Well, you know what the league average is for centers? What's the league average for centers? The league average for centers
like 67.
It's 67%. Jokic finished the season at 68%. So at the end of the day, even with rim protection, he's just 1% worse than the league average. Which, if you want to say he's the worst center in the world because
that mean he below average. That mean that this hold
on. Africa, that's still only below average in one metric. You don't give him any credit for being well above average in any other metric. You don't give him any other. You don't give him any credit for being above average in deflections. You don't give him credit for being above average in steals. But you want to run the rim protection and say, "Oh, you're 1% off the league average."
Not just
yes,
that.
Let's kill
not
him.
Just that. Not just
what
that.
else? What else do you have?
I could talk about just the inability of being athletic and not being able to be a versatile defender to be able to switch.
What numbers support that? Like, how can you show me this?
The ability to
athleticism don't mean good defense.
Huh?
Being athletic,
it means like, is Jonathan Kuminga a good defender?
Hey, first off, you can do certain things well and still be shit at something, man. Like you can still do certain facets of defense well, but doesn't mean you're good at defense.
Okay, but all I'm saying, Africa, is what metrics support him being a bad defender?
Oh man, watch the games, man. 21st in defense, bottom 10 in the NBA for the whole season, bro. Like what?
Hey, Lamont,
defense is bad. So blame the guy that's not the anchor.
No, but the funny thing is that they won't give him credit when he anchored the top 10 defense the last 3-4 years before this year, though. They won't give him credit for that he anchored the top 10 defense in the last 3-4 years before this year. They won't give him credit for that. You see what I'm saying?
Wait for the team to slide outside the top 10 is to say, oh, the team defense is bad.
Yeah,
he's the reason why.
And Tim Jones, I am the guy that said Anthony Davis is a horrible defensive anchor. You won't find 1 year with Anthony Davis anchored the top 10 defense in NBA. So stop it. I can keep proving y'all wrong. I can show y'all film. I can do whatever I want. You said metrics. I didn't say metrics. I didn't go by metrics. See, look, you go to math class. Points per game, sir. Go watch Denver's stats the last 3-4 years with Nikolai Jovic, and go look at the Lakers defense the last 3-4 years with Anthony Davis, and come back and talk to me, young man. Come back and come talk to me, young man.
That's what we're talking about. So
but let me ask you this though. But young Africa, let me ask you this. Zubac don't have no. Zubac has no. Now. Yeah, Zubac has no athleticism, but he's a very solid.
But you was praising Zubac's defense. Yeah,
and he has none of that, and he's not a great shot blocker neither. He's just very elite at protecting the paint.
Yeah,
communicating, which is what you need, and effort. You know what?
So you can't even use athleticism as an argument no more.
First off, Zubac is way more athletic than.
Oh my God.
You said way more. You said way more.
That's the stretch, bro. That's the stretch. You're reaching.
Man. Yeah, he moves way better than Jokic, man. I don't know if you
move way better.
Yeah, definitely on defense. Do you watch the game? Oh man, pull the tape up if you need it, man. Like I don't know, just go check it out, man.
Yeah, but what is all the moving better on defense mean if it's not giving you tangible results like it is for Jokic.
If
Jokic
you don't end up in the right spot, if you don't end up in the right spot, what's the point of being fast and you're in the wrong spot?
Jokic is number 2 in the league in steals. His whatever he's doing on defense, he's in the right place at the right time to be one of the best. He's the best center in deflections. His coach said he's the best in defending pick and rolls because of that. He's number 2 in the league in steals. So whatever he's doing on defense is putting him in the right place at the right time, better than some of the more athletic players.
Who's the better defensive minded?
Apparently the said Zubac ain't got none of that, but Zubac team the top 5 in NBA in defense though.
Well, it does help when you have
at the game. You got Chris Dunn and all them guys, bro.
You got all types.
You got Chris Dunn.
What are you talking about, bro?
You know what?
That's what I'm saying. But that's what makes Zubac a very good anchor. They really don't have that many great defenders, but they do have some good defenders, and they communicate as a team. Like Lamont said earlier, it's a philosophy. It's a team defensive scheme. There's a scheme a team comes with defensively, and you need an anchor that can anchor that. Again, the anchor is the one that sees the entire floor. Nobody else on defense. Chris Dunn doesn't see the defensive floor. Aaron Gordon doesn't see the entire defensive floor. Joker does. He sees everything. And he says, okay, you be here. This is what's happening here. This is the screen here. You brought up Kevin Garnett. What would Kevin Garnett infamously known for? He was infamously known for talking trash, but in between talking trash, he was basically telling his teammates where to go and what was going on the court. So when he called you sweet, that means you want to go get the ball. We ain't got to worry about you. You sweet. He's sweet, y'all. Who this is? I don't even know his name on his jersey. That mean he ain't going to get the ball. The play ain't even directed his way. Don't worry about him. Let's play defense, though. Let's play
trash
some defense.
ass nigga.
You know what I'm saying? That's why your wife got Honey Nut Cheerios for breakfast. You know what I'm saying? That's letting people know.
You know what else the Clippers have, Johnny? You know what else the Clippers have? They got fucking Tyronn Lue.
That's true too. But no, it still revolves around having some good defenders, right? Because again, if you have bad defenders, just like Joker this year, it's not really going to help you too much. But when you have a good defensive anchor, it does go far ways. People ain't destroying Denver Nuggets because they're attacking them in the paint. Denver Nuggets is just not good enough. That's just really it. They're just not good enough this year. But they were solid defensively years prior. And that's why they won the championship, because they had some good defenders.
In years prior, because they had better defenders around Jokic. Exactly.
Yeah. No, they had KCP. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. That I would agree with you.
Bruce Brown, Jalen Green.
Oh, no doubt. Exactly.
Jeff Green.
So that's the point. And with great offensive players like that, you're going to need more defenders around them and have a certain team, just like Curry, where he had a great anchor in Draymond Green. You're going to need these kind of guys. That's the deficit of these all-time great offensive players. You need certain defenders, and you need the perfect team at the right time. Like it's amazing that it happened for Jokic for a chip, and it happened for Curry multiple times as well.
Yeah, but Africa, all I'm saying is y'all are asking Jokic to be the anchor, not saying that he needs an anchor. Y'all are saying,
I'm not saying that. I'm saying, he does need an anchor. He would need Anthony Davis at the power forward would be amazing for Jokic, for example.
When Steph Curry was bad on defense, you said you have to give him an anchor. When all these other guys, you got to give them an anchor. Why can't you just say Denver just needs a defensive anchor, as opposed to saying, Jokic, you need to somehow evolve into the defensive anchor and be the best offensive player be the best facilitator and be the best rebounder. But what I'm saying is, by default, if y'all were asking Jokic to be better than he already is on defense, you're literally asking him to be the anchor, which to me, if you put that on his plate, and the numbers show that obviously over the last 5 years, he's been doing that at a high level. Johnny exposed the fact that they've had top 10 defenses, no matter who's been in the rotation, with Bruce Brown, without the Bruce Browns, with KCP, without the KCPs. So no matter what mix of guys you've given him, he's typically led the team to being a top 10 defense. Well, then you got to give him credit, man. Got to give him credit, because there's no metric that supports him being a bad defender, including the team defensive rating, which this is one of the first year where his team hasn't been a top 10 defense.
That's cool. But that's what I mean about these great all-time offensive players, is you need that type of team around them. You need that specific type of defensive team, and you need great defenders, not just good ones, like a Draymond Green, like a Scottie Pippen, It is as it is. Or you can have all-time great players that are two-way players and may not be as great offensively, but damn, I'm taking Kawhi at his peak over many one-way all-time great offensive players, man.
Damn fool.
Value a defense, man. And centers.
You gonna take him over Magic?
Yeah, Jokic again, man, because centers can't survive not playing defense and winning in the NBA, man. You need an amazing team or just get lucky on the season.
You gonna take Kawhi over Magic?
At his best, I would take Kawhi over Magic. Yo.
Hold on, now you know what? Hold on, you know what? I might have to side with Africa on that. I'm taking a prime Kawhi over a prime Magic.
Oh,
I'm not joking. Hold on. I'm just telling you. Obviously Kawhi Leonard's career and the injuries have kind of derailed what his career in an entirety will look like. But if you're talking about if I can get a player and if I'm starting a team and I can get a prime Magic or I can get a prime Kawhi Leonard, you'd be a fool to not take a prime Kawhi Leonard. Take away what we know about the injuries.
I'm talking about all time, Lamont. I'm not talking about if I'm picking a team, I'm taking Kawhi. I'm talking about all time.
Yeah, but if you use Magic's all-time career versus Kawhi's all-time career,
yeah, that's not even a question.
That's not fair. But if you talk about just player for player, erase the team successes. Kawhi Leonard is a better basketball player than Magic, and it's not close.
Yeah, I'm taking Kawhi for Magic, but
and two-way players are the most valuable players in the NBA, man, and that's why Boston Celtics
Lamont,
are such a great team.
There, Lamont.
Boston Celtics have 5 players that are just all two-way players.
Hold on.
And none of them are souped-up offensive players.
Hey, K Gang AMV, I want you to pull up here because, first of all, I want to know what he's been saying about the Lakers. Everything that I've said about the Lakers has kind of been right. I said that when they got Luka, they would be better. They've been better. I said Austin Reeves is not the liability that people claim he is. He's looking like one of the best third options in the NBA right now. I don't know. I mean, outside of that, I really don't have any Laker takes. I just think locker room's just kind of stuck in. I haven't been over there in like 2 years.
Stop bringing up that clown, man.
I mean, it's just wild. Like, I don't know how have I been a topic of conversation and I haven't been on your panel in 2 years. It was wild. Like, I don't know what I say about the Lakers that's just that.
Lamont, you was on his panel the other day. He put a graph of you and everything. He had a title for you and all. What do you mean? You was on his show just the other day.
Yeah.
He talks about you weekly. The motel room talks about you weekly. He loves you,
and I think
it's Pro, and Low. He loves y'all three. He loves y'all three.
See, he tries to throw me in the bundle with people, especially like Low. He's never going to stop talking about Low because Low destroyed him. You're going to be next, say Johnny. I think he's just trying to find an angle. Plus, he knows you're very vengeful, and you'll play with the graphics just like him. You know, you go.
He already learned to keep my name out his mouth. Pause. He already learned that.
Motel room. You got to follow in the motel room.
He already learned to keep that. That's what they learned. You know what, Lamont? I found out the other day that dudes told me the reason. Yeah, the reason that they don't. Yeah, the reason they don't like me, Lamont, is because I don't let them have fun. To them, the GOAT debate is supposed to be a fun thing. I need to start letting people have fun with the GOAT debate and stop just like annihilating people with
keep killing them, Johnny. Keep killing them.
I'm just saying that's what I was told. I was told that I make it bad for them because they just really want to have fun. That's them copping out by saying LeBron is the GOAT. Yeah, but they just basically saying like stop being so right on LeBron. That's what I told them. I said people get mad at me so much about LeBron that they want me to be wrong about everything. Like it doesn't matter what I say, they want me to be wrong because I'm so right about LeBron. But you touched on something real good here, Lamont, before we got distracted by the motel room fan base. This idea of better basketball player, right? If we really broke it down to what's the better basketball player, right? We have to start taking a lot of these 1900 players out of our discussions. A lot of these dudes, the majority of them wouldn't be nowhere near. I mean, a lot of I would be with Young Africa on this. Yeah, I'm picking some of these dudes today. If we're talking about building basketball from today and how we know these dudes could play, they can't play in today's NBA, man. I don't see Magic Johnson being that effective in today's NBA on both sides.
I gotta agree there. I'm sorry.
I'm not gonna say he can't play in today's NBA. That's not what I'm saying.
No. You saying like the impact that he had in the '80s he wouldn't have that same impact today.
Yeah, it's a different game. Same thing with Larry Bird and all of them. I think the only person still to me is Wilt Chamberlain because he was such a freak of nature and he was so skilled at basketball.
Some people even disagree with that.
Yeah, but yes, a lot of people would tell me I'm bugging with Wilt Chamberlain as well. But let's be real, bro. Like let's be honest, Lamont. Like you said, we look at people like Kawhi. We're looking at what Cade Cunningham could do. We're looking at what Jalen Brunson could do. We're talking about Joker like Joker is like some scrub. Joker is basically Mark Eaton with super skills. He's a Superman Mark Eaton. Mark Eaton was the greatest defender, or one of the great defenders of the 80s. Joker would be blocking 100 shots in the 80s. Because he wouldn't have to worry about athletic guys who can finish. Everybody would be trying to finish on him just like they were trying to finish on Mark Eaton. He would get 6 blocks a game easily because he's 7 foot, he's tall, strong, good wingspan. What are you gonna do? Today's NBA, yeah, he looks horrible because he has to go out here and try to stop Giannis from
It's tougher to defend today too.
Yeah. So if we're talking basketball in that sense, where we're just talking about basketball agility, skill, ability, and things of that nature, man, a lot of those 1900 guys ain't cutting it, man. The only reason, like I said, we still talk about them is because what they have done, the records, the stats, achievements, the accolades tells us their greatness, not their play style and none of that crazy stuff, bro. To be honest with you.
Some of the best defenders of the 80s and 90s might look like shitty defenders today.
Man, Michael Cooper can't stick nobody in today's NBA. I'm sorry. He can't.
Not at fucking 170 pounds. Shit.
Just the skill set, the type of movement, like they never guarded that before. So it's like, how can you say, oh, them dudes from back then can even guard today's players? Like,
how many screens did they have to fight over back then?
Those motherfuckers used to get in foul trouble on purpose to get off the floor because they couldn't guard people, man.
Yeah. But the tough mentality era, though, Johnny, they had the toughest mentality, though, right? Calling niggas Black Jesus and shit.
No, Peter Badgers, you'll never hear me screaming about Caruso being an elite defender today. I would never use Caruso as an elite defender for today's NBA, bro. But if we talking about dudes who can defend, if we talking about dudes that can get in their back, there's so many great defenders. We were just talking about it on Chilltown's live.
So many.
Like Nimhard. Nimhard plays great defense.
But did you hear what? Peter Backjuice, a lot of the stuff that he says, he needs to take it to other people because it was Mars who proclaimed. And I saw a YouTube short. He proclaimed. He said Alex Caruso is the best defender that he's seen since he's been watching basketball over the last 10 years.
Huh?
He must have said that. He must have said that in a debate because he'll say anything in a debate.
No. He said
he be trolling, Lamont. You gotta
bro. He was not. I'm telling you. I know when people troll and I know when people are not trolling. He was dead serious, and he said the best defenders that he's seen with his own 2 eyes when he's since he started personally watching a game of basketball. He said Alex Caruso is the best defender that he's seen since he's been watching. So there's a lot of people that will glaze Alex Caruso to death. And I don't know where they get this from. And I don't know. But again, these are the egregious takes that you can get away with.
He's a really good defender. He's a great defender. I'm not even going to go there, but I'm not going to say great because great would be pertaining all time. And he's definitely one of the best defenders in today's NBA. But he's not like what people make it seem like. When, like I said, we're going to talk about the elite defenders of elite defenders. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about the Dyson Daniels. You know what I'm saying? Like you said, the Kawhi Leonards, the dudes that when they get on you, that's really it. You know what I'm saying? There's just some defenders, bro. They're
Herb
on
Jones.
You. I was thinking Herb Jones, but he was hurt this year, so that's why I want to bring him up.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Even like I was thinking about Jalen Suggs, things of that nature. There's players out here, bro, when they're on you, it's hard to score. It's hard. That's why I keep telling
the twins.
the Jaden McDaniels. Again, there's a reason why you're asking for a screen to get someone off of you. It's not because they're horrible at defense. I'm getting this man off of me to put Anthony Davis on me. That means he must be really good. He must be really good. If I'm willing to put Rudy Gobert on my defender, on my ball carrier, then that means whoever's sticking my ball carrier must be a really, really good defender.
Thank you. We're not setting screens on bad defenders. Man, move around. Let me have one-on-one. Let me have this dance. Use your common sense.
Now, I would agree there, though. Somebody put here, Alonzo Wood body Joker. I would love to see how some of these big men who play good defense in today's NBA would play against real good post players because there's not too many good post players in today's NBA.
I agree.
They have so many help defense in general. When it comes to the post, you can help so easily on the post that we really don't know how good they are individually. But like I said, with what we know with defense back then, you didn't have to guard outside of 12 feet, bro. You could stay really close to the basket and block.
A lot of these
shots.
guys would look like Mitchell Robinson, man. Let's just be honest, man.
Oh, Mitchell Robinson's another solid defender. That's another dude that like you.
But what I'm saying is, a lot of these guys,
nasty. You being nasty.
A lot of these guys were turning instantly into Mitchell Robinsons. And who was that guy? Y'all remember Jahlil Okafor?
Yep.
Yeah. Duke. And
I remember him.
Just remember how the league changed like night and day on him, just like that. And all of a sudden, because back to the basket play was inferior, he is out the league and his game does not work. He can't score in the league. At the end of the day, all that back to the basket stuff, and y'all can hope and y'all can say that these dreams shake, all this stuff, that shit will look like garbage in today's game. It will not work. It will not translate. You think we're gonna just let you sit there and throw a dream shake on our center for 4 seconds?
Nope.
Hell no. You're not about to dream shake. But we about to see what your playmaking like.
Yeah, we're gonna throw that zone at you. We're gonna throw that zone at you.
Can you throw this cross-court pass with 3 seconds on the shot clock? That's what
you think we gonna stand here for 10 seconds, let you shimmy shake?
Yeah, Ewing sitting there. I'm just about to sit there and watch Ewing just sit there, just up fake and turn and do all. No, Ewing, take this double team. How well can you pass the ball? That's what we about to see. Can you face up with the ball? And if you can't do none of that, man, a lot of these guys going to turn into Mitchell Robinson overnight. And it's just funny. Like, I like the fact that you got guys like Chilltown that will fight tooth and nail for these guys and fight for that era. It's just the reality of it, just like the old boy told him. Because, I don't know if you saw Johnny, but Chilltown got his little 20v1.
Yeah, he did. He did. He got it. He held his own, though. He held his own.
But they gave him the sorriest of the sorriest fans to debate against. These guys didn't know what they was talking about. Chill was able to get away and say a whole bunch of nonsense. And it's just like
I thought the same thing, Lamont.
Man, I said, I said, give him some real.
Give him Mars.
So give him real contenders.
Nah, I'd have told him we done with the 90s. Convince me otherwise, Chill. That'd be my first debate with Chill. We done with the 90s. He doesn't like that at all. I always tell Chill we done.
I could probably set that up. Actually, I could probably set that up.
Yeah, bring him on here. Bring him on here.
Yeah, no, if you want to, I go on his TikTok lives almost every morning, man. I'm cool with Chill, man. Chill is my dog, man. I appreciate Chill. Chill is a real basketball fan. He knows basketball. He talks it well, but he is an old head. So, like you said, sometimes it takes some time for them to understand what we're saying about the nuances of today's NBA, but Chill is cool.
He ain't like the other old heads though. He's not.
No, he's not. Yeah, no, you can see when he was doing that little debate, he was very calm, collective. He was having fun, but he's gonna break down he's very articulate. He knows how to express himself very well. Yeah, he's not ignorant. He's willing to listen. He's willing to pay attention, and that's one thing about him. He listens, bro. So he's gonna hear what you have to say, and he's gonna respond to what you said. He doesn't have no preconceived nonsense. He comes with what you know what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly. He knows the game. Chill knows the game. He's just old school. That's all. He's just old school.
Yeah.
He knows the game. Yeah, it's crazy. But trust me, Lamont, they're gonna go crazy in the comments now because about this Joker thing and about defense. And you were talking about it. Tonight shows about it. How they're complaining about physicality all of a sudden. Now all of a sudden being physical is a problem. All the silliness that we hear all the time. And like I said, somebody in here was saying that gambling is a detriment to your defense, right? Did somebody say that Joker's deflections are gambling?
Yeah.
And it costs his team? Wow, I wonder if they
just don't know how that can backfire on them.
That's what I was thinking. I wonder if they knew what we knew.
Hey, Lamont, put that Sengun comment up.
What's Sengun comment? Where is it at?
It's this one. I think it's.
Oh, I see it.
Yeah.
Sengun is cooking with the most basic spin move. So what do you mean cooking? You acting like Sengun dropping 30 a game.
Yeah. This is the same one that was saying there was no defense, Lamar. Now you see what I'm saying? Hilarious.
Because arguably the best scorer on that team is Jalen Green. Like you talking about Sengun? Come on, man, stop it, man.
Hey Lamont, they claim there's no defense, but they can always identify bad defense. There's no defense. If nobody plays defense, then who has bad defense? If nobody plays defense, what is bad defense?
Bro, this is the weirdest thing. That's why I say a lot of people are just in it. They're just gonna say anything bad about this era just for the conversation. They don't have nothing to back it. They'll just say stuff just to say it. The dream shake may not work in today's game, but Jokic's moves wouldn't work in the 90s. So you saying passing and playmaking wouldn't work in the 90s? I mean, Jokic, hitting you in the chest and throwing a hook up over top of your head wouldn't work. I mean, Jokic is not very ridiculous. He does not waste time or effort to score. He's just going to get to his move and he's going to get his shot up.
Hey, so when MJ gamble, it's a -2 at Johnny. That's another Tim Jones comment.
Well, yeah, we've been saying it's a negative.
That's what we've been saying.
I'm saying I don't know where he been. We've been saying
but watch how he brings up it leads to over 200 steals. Watch how he bring up the amount of steals that they
Yeah. They do the same shit with John Stockton.
But Jokic is second in the league in steals.
And they never tell you what the Bulls' defensive rating is. How the Bulls were great. What was the Bulls' defensive rating in 92? 93. What was their defensive rating? They always know other teams' defensive rating.
I'm looking that up right now. You said 92 season?
Yeah, I mean it didn't exist back then, but yeah, go ahead, look at it. What was it in 92? I know in 91. I know in 96 they were number one. They had the number one defensive rating in 96. That I know. If I'm correct.
Didn't their defense get better in 94 when Jordan was gone?
They was fourth in defensive rating and third in points allowed.
And what were they in 90? What were they in 94 after Jordan left for that 1 year?
Oh, you getting nasty now.
I just want to know.
Yeah, that's what I want to know. Yeah, didn't they get better?
Hold on.
Well, then you're allowed to play team defense.
Well, they were six. They were sixth in defensive rating and still third in points allowed. So the same shit.
So they were damn near the same defense without Michael Jordan. Okay, without his 200 steals. All right. Well, Ochi takes in the building, man. Shout out to y'all, man. We having some fun, man. I appreciate this. I'm gonna mute myself, but I'm here.
Oh, I mean, I wanted to talk about a shift in just casuals because my brother's not like a super hardcore basketball fan. He does play. He's actually pretty good. But like his favorite shoes, like the Jordan 1 and all that, he's not really paying attention to the NBA. But this man, like straight up, and I'm trying to, be nice, to like his idol, our idol. Like we both had, Jordan as our GOAT growing up. But this man is literally like, I don't even think Jordan would be top 20 today. And I struggled to like try to like debunk that because I wanted to be like, wait, but then I'm really just trying to process it, especially like the 80s, the man that couldn't shoot a lick. Like, how would he get significant playing time today? We don't see players like that are really out there that much. I mean, especially when they're not defending. Like maybe if he was some lockdown defender, you have a case. But if you're really just out there being athletic and shit, what the hell's that going to do for you right now?
Hey, Johnny, check. I want to add this: the Bulls' offensive rating that year, or points scored, they were 23rd. They were within the bottom 5 points scored the year that Michael Jordan left, and they was one game away from the conference finals. Does that look like a good defensive era to you?
Again, they don't know defense, man. I keep telling y'all that these dudes don't be knowing defense, man. They don't know it. They don't understand it. And like Lamont said, what happens is now, and Lamont talked about this when we talked about Jordan's fake steals and fake stats. Back then, you were responsible for your man. Like that was it. If your job, there was no real defensive scheme. It was who was guarding who. Who's your matchup? When I put you on the floor, you were supposed to guard this guy. If you know what I'm saying? If this guy's on the floor, this is how you like. That's how simple defense was back then. But today's NBA, it's not like that. Today it's more complicated. You can't just be a guy that can just shut down one guy, and you talking about playing good defense. No, you have to play team defense. So the idea of understanding team defense and basketball defense in general is just beyond some of these guys. They just can't comprehend it. They just can't. They just really can't. To the other day, what Lamont told Lamont, one of those PC guys was talking about how you can't slow an offense down. Like if a team wants to run on you, you just have to let them run on you. There's no way to slow a team that has a fast pace down. That you just have to let them just run on you. That's what he said.
Yeah, that's wild right there. And they just let I don't even see like if you say something like that, I got to stop the presses. We can't move on to another topic.
So they never heard of something called making shots?
No, but just in general, it doesn't matter if you make shots. Just like the Phoenix offense, you made it, didn't care, they would push the ball, and that's really it. But there is ways to slow somebody down. You're not just gonna let somebody just run up and down the basketball court on you all day long. That's you have to like nobody, like Lamont said, nobody's just gonna let you do anything, bro. Even Kawhi said it recently. They asked Kawhi Leonard recently about his team defense and his defenders, and he was saying about how, man, there's no such thing as an easy bucket in the NBA, bro. Like, everybody plays defense, bro. Like, what is wrong with y'all? Like, nobody gets easy buckets in the NBA. There's no such thing as an easy bucket. Like, if there's somebody guarding you, if you're playing half-court offense, trust me, you're not going to get an easy bucket. Just that simple. Unless you got LeBron and Luka.
I like that.
Yeah, but that's what they dumb it down to. Like, and I don't know. It's just the way people talk basketball now is just sad, man.
If you are Lamont and John, I got a question for y'all too. If you were one of the fastest paced teams in the NBA, wouldn't it be expected for you to have a lot of transition points? For it to come from a lot of transition points?
No, not necessarily. So if you play fast paced, that transition points stem from defense.
Okay.
And turning the ball over, like, I mean, it may be rebounding, like, which is a part of defense as well. So transition points are generally the beneficiary of the best defensive team. So, for example, in 2020, when the Lakers in the playoffs were the best defensive team, they also led in transition points that year. When you looked at that, but so high pace is just you playing fast, prioritizing early shots in the shot clock, right? So there's a lot of coaches that prioritize that. All right, we need to get up as many shots on goal as possible. We want to speed you up, because when you speed a team up that doesn't like to play fast, they typically make mistakes. So when you play fast, the other team is hoping that, so when one team plays fast, they hope that the other team decides to play fast on offense as well. But if you're not built to play fast on offense, your shit's going to look like a hot mess. While the other team that's designed to play fast, everything looks perfect. That's what teams who play fast try to do. They're just trying to speed you up so you can – it's kind of – if you look at yesterday, it's literally what OKC did to Memphis.
Right.
They played – because they're the ones that needed to score. They were down 30. They're the ones that needed more shots on goal. So all they said was, fuck it. We're just going to play fast. And what did Memphis do? Every time OKC scored, Memphis came down. Oh, we got to shoot. We got to get a quick shot up. They try to play fast too, and it led to turnovers and stupid play. When all you got to do is slow down. Fuck, just slow down. Like, you don't have to play this crazy pace that they're trying to make you play. Good teams won't fall for it. Bad teams like Memphis without Ja Morant, they fell for that shit. They panicked. They lost the game. So
I've seen teams that were bottom 5 in pace still go off to win championships as well. So,
well, pace is just, I think it's another one of those, it's just so irrelevant. It's just one of those stats that people like to throw out there that the pace, it really don't mean nothing. Like, it don't mean nothing, bro.
That's what I'm saying.
All it does is tells you the style of play of the particular game or era. That's really all it tells you. Whether, like Lamont said, it was a fast pace or a slow pace. That's really it. I mean, like I said, there was a point in time they didn't even keep a count of possessions, right? So, you know what I mean? So it's kind of like crazy. But again, you can speed up the game, because that's a thing that a lot of teams do against the Lakers, because sometimes you don't want to go against the team's half-court defense. Sometimes they're so good on team defense that you don't want to face their half-court defense. You can get a shot off better if you can get up the court quicker before they can set their defense. So sometimes you do things like that just because, you know what I'm saying, because you already know you're going to have trouble scoring on this team. So there's different ways of doing that, and there's ways of slowing teams down. Like you said, if there's a team that you know that likes to run, you don't like to run, you have to find ways to slow them down. You can't just let them run up and down the basketball court. So there's different ways to do things like that. But like I said, when you study listening to Charles Barkley and Kenny Smith and them running to that board, you're not going to get that kind of information about basketball.
You're really not.
You're not. No, you're not. So, yeah. But, it is what it is. These dudes are, they're going to talk basketball, and they're going to make it personal. They're going to tell you, well, when I played, or if it was me, in my opinion.
Thank you.
That's.
But they want them to stay on TV.
Mr. Ballerise has a question for me and you, hey, Johnny. He says, I'm actually kind of curious as to how low these guys view Jordan's talent playing in the current era. He says, Lamont, Go James Kingdom, would you rather have 91 Jordan or 19 Lou Williams on your team?
Bruh. He tried to with that one, Lamont.
Oh, God.
Well, see, my thing is, I always say, give me somebody comparable, right? Like, for example, when we said Magic and Kawhi Leonard, these are two guys who were bona fide stars in their own relative eras.
Yep.
So they're comparable. You gave me a guy that at best is
never been a number one option. Simple.
Yeah, never been. So why don't he give me a comparable option So if you give me a comparable option like a LeBron, or I mean, it could be anybody, then maybe we could have a discussion. But
Jordan would be a poor man's Lou Will in 2019. That's what he's basically going. That's what he's leading me to have this conversation. Because in general, what Lou Wills can do on the basketball court compared to what Michael Jordan can do on the basketball court. If we put Michael Jordan in 2019 from 1991, he's not going to be able to do what Lou Will was doing. He would be coming off the bench just like Lou Will, and he would hopefully.
Jordan would be DeMar DeRozan.
Not with that handle. Nah, with that handle,
Jordan didn't have a handle.
That's what I mean. Like with no handle, how would Jordan even be DeMar? He can't dribble the damn ball.
It's the post moves.
Jordan's whole game is predicating on beating his man. He's not going to be worrying about one man, and he's on the basketball court. They won't have one man guarding Jordan. Once they know Jordan can get to the rim, they're going to stop you from doing that.
Look. Then they say we're crazy. So we're crazy for taking one of the best mid-range masters of this decade and saying that Jordan would be like this good mid-range master. It's not my fault that being a mid-range master in this era just don't lead to a ton of winning. The unfortunate reality is that Jordan was a mid-range master. He was not the defender that you guys claim he was. So he wouldn't have, unless he had the greatest coach of all time, unless he had another superstar playing alongside of him, Jordan's going to be DeMar DeRozan because
I tried to tell people that Lamont,
look at the comment directly underneath the one you got linked right now. The one directly underneath it. Look what he said.
I see it, Johnny.
Jordan didn't need handle.
In 91 he didn't. In 91 he didn't. But in 2019 he gonna need it in 2019. He gonna need it in 2019.
You don't need handle when you got Mark Price and Craig Elo defending you. You don't need handle when Mosey Bogues is on other. Like you said, you definitely don't need handle when you got some of these miniature guards that don't pose no threat defending you.
I'm telling you,
they be acting like Jordan had dogs defending him, like Tony Allen.
I'm telling you.
Like, who was the dogs that was really getting after Jordan like that?
Was not.
How many Tayshaun Princes did they have? How many Tony Allens did they have?
Can we talk about the players Jordan would ask Ron Harper and Peter to guard for him?
Lamont, all right, Lamont. Peter Bagju said SGA Michael Jordan. And these people really think Michael Jordan
are you kidding me right now?
SGA. They really think that he has the skills of SGA, Lamont.
Are you kidding me right now?
Bro, they say anything, bro.
You can't say DeMar DeRozan, Lamont, because then they're gonna say, "Well, the defensive gap is not even close, so you can't compare."
Jordan shoots like 6 or 7 threes per game. SGA shoots like 6 or 7 threes per game.
Go look at my catalog. I did a video long before it was popular. I did a video, I think, a year after I created this channel in 2020, and one of my first videos that I did was Jordan is not that good of a defender. I said that when I first started watching old Jordan games in volume. That's one of the first things that I recognized. I said, I don't know where people getting this defensive narrative, but this
Me too, Lamont.
I don't know anybody, like, for example, great defenders are typically connected to great defensive plays. And there are no monumental game-changing defensive plays, and I know a lot of people are going to say, oh, he had to steal a Malone.
It's the off-ball defense that they're praising, Lamont.
Come on. I mean, and that's not like the block. It's not like Pippen when Pippen got the multiple stuffs on Charles Smith versus the Knicks, right? It's not like that. So, it is what it is.
But Jordan was an elite help defender.
He was an elite. That's what I'm saying.
A weak side defender and coming to help and doing that and obviously protecting the passing lanes. Jordan was elite at that.
Yeah.
He was.
See, but it's funny how Jordan was elite at what he hated, because Jordan hated zone looks, but he was elite at sitting in zone looks. And he had to kind of disguise it. Really, they didn't call it a lot on him just because he was Jordan. But it's just funny.
I'm glad
Jordan
you said
would be
that,
able to
Lamont.
run triangle. No, right. How could Jordan run triangle in this era without Phil Jackson? You can only run triangle if your coach says we're running triangle. No coaching, unless he had, like, for Jordan to win in this era, he would need Phil Jackson. He could not win without Phil. And y'all act like Jordan's success is not connected directly to Phil Jackson and Scottie Pippen. He did not win nothing without superstar teammate and without the greatest coach of all time. Remove those two elements, you're looking at DeMar DeRozan.
Yeah, and Lamont, you can't run the triangle though this year. My bad. I'm sorry. You can't run the triangle in this era, anyways, unless you're setting it out to the 3-point line like the way Curve does it with the Warriors. So it wouldn't be set up for the mid-range game like it was back in the days.
Oh, we got Peter Bagjuice up here. What's up, Peter Bagjuice?
Hey, what's good, y'all?
What up, Peter? What up? Shout out to Peter.
What's up? Saka Fett, my boy. Hey, I was finna say the point you just made, Lamont, about the fact that they didn't call a lot of illegal defenses on the Bulls, right? But they weren't the only team, because I was making the same argument to a Johnny 2 nights ago when we were watching the game together in StreamYard, and I told him, yes, the fact that there's no illegal defense in today's game, it makes rotation shorter.
They call illegal defense on the Bulls.
Yeah. Let me get it all out.
The Bulls and the Jazz and the Blazers had the most illegal defense calls in the 90s.
Lamont, you got to space the floor, dog. You on my gun hand right now.
What I'm saying is, don't come up here and just make up random facts what you're never prepared for is the fact that I actually have already studied the 90s. Like the 90s has the most foul calls in any era. The Bulls, the Jazz, and the Blazers over the 10-year period of the 90s had the most illegal defenses called in the NBA. So when you say they didn't call it on the Bulls, yeah, the Bulls got away with it a ton. I said they didn't call it when Jordan was out of place. I didn't say they never called it on the Bulls.
Okay, I thought you said the
when
Bulls.
Jordan was out of place, the refs seemed to bite the whistle. But the Bulls,
I misunderstood.
They always told the line of playing zone defense, just like the Jazz,
right?
Just like the Blazers.
Thank you.
But they had
Johnny.
The most.
Hey Johnny, are you listening? Hey Johnny, do you hear what he's saying? Because this is the analogy that I gave Johnny, Lamont, and let me know.
I'm listening. I'm listening, brother. Go ahead, continue.
Yeah, did you hear what Lamont just said?
Yeah, but Lamont knows that they called it every game. They called it every game. They called it every game, bro.
I don't want you to connect that with because what I'm saying is the Bulls were still a very handicapped defense with illegal defense. One, the fact that they were towing the line on zone, I don't know what y'all conversation was. I don't know the point you were trying to get to. So whatever context you were using, I don't know if this applies. You got to tell me the context of what y'all were talking about, Peter Bagjuice. So you might have to rewind it and take me back. So we got to make sure it even applies.
Are you there, Peter? I don't know. This is what it was, Lamont. He was trying to say.
Hey, hold on, there, Johnny. My bad.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so me and him was having a discussion about Michael Jordan's viability in today's era, given the fact that there not being any illegal defense in today's game, allowing teams to be able to load up on the strong side.
There is illegal defense.
We talking about defensive 3 seconds?
You have defensive 3 seconds?
Uh-huh. But I'm talking about, come on now, don't do that, man. You know what I'm speaking of. I'm speaking about the illegal defense where you can't just not be guarding a player.
No zone. There was no zone, Lamont.
You were not allowed to do it, yeah. Technically, it's not a zone. But see,
but Lamont's right. The 3-second rule is illegal defense.
Lamont,
the 3-second rule is illegal defense.
Lamont, you got a fucked up fighting style, dog.
I didn't even say nothing.
But you derailed me by throwing sand in my eye like some WWE cheating ass wrestler.
I'm not even
always
talking.
Do that.
Hey, can you finish the tape? I'm just listening.
Lamont, when I said that there's no illegal defense in today's NBA, you knew what I mean, dog.
No, I don't.
Don't do me like that, man.
All right,
I know you don't like my takes, but don't do me dirty, dog.
Hey,
let me. Damn.
Go ahead.
So me and Johnny was having a discussion. We were saying, he was saying Michael Jordan wouldn't be as viable in today's NBA game because you could load up on him. It's easy to bring the help and blah, 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 blah. And what I was saying, I know you do. And what I was telling him was that whole no illegal defense thing, it's a little bit, I want to say it's grossly exaggerated. Right. And the analogy that I drew for him, and let me know if you agree. Of course, you're not going to agree, but let me know what you think of the analogy anyway. I made an analogy between illegal defense of the 90s and holding in football. It happened specifically with a lot of specific teams like the ones you mentioned and the 96 Sonics, too. They were notorious for it, where they told a line, they disguised and that type of shit. A lot of it happens on literally every play for certain teams, but you can't call it on every play, just like holding in football.
What did the Bulls do different from every other team in the league to exploit it?
Well, I think just off the top of my head, I would say that the personnel, specifically in that second three-peat, allowed them to exploit it more than other teams.
The Bulls exploited the illegal defense rules because just like the Utah Jazz did with Karl Malone, because typically the teams that exploited the illegal defense typically had some of the league's top scorers. For example, the Knicks with Ewing, the Utah Jazz with Karl Malone. Charles Barkley was notorious for it, so much so that they had to institute the 5-second rule back into the game. And then Jordan. So the top scorers in the league all typically were the biggest exploiters of the illegal defense rule because they did what? They slowed the game down to a bore. If you look at all these teams, they also did not have a whole bunch of high-scoring teammates because their focal point was what? Giving the ball to their best player, clearing guys out to places where they can't even play, and get the shot clock down so the refs can clearly see you're not illegal. They're not doing nothing until you're legal. And once
Jordan wasn't doing a lot of 1-4 flat or clearing out.
Listen to what I'm saying.
He played within the triangle.
The Bulls slowed the game down. The purpose of the triangle is to do what? Slow the game down. Because what does the triangle emphasize? A ball reversal before you score. It slows the game down. It makes you not look to score until less than 10 seconds on the shot clock. And so now you are slowing the game down. Once that ball reverses back to Jordan, Jordan's going to do what? As Jordan typically would do. He would do that pause with the ball. Make sure nobody's illegal, then we go. And so Jordan always wanted, I just need a one-on-one matchup. If I get a one-on-one matchup, you're barbecue chicken. In today's game, as long as you're not sitting in the paint, you can load up ball side. Now I'm just sitting in this gap. Can you play make? I come. So we're not just in one. We're shifting the whole defense your way. But I mean, it's hypothetical. But the problem with this thing that Jordan could play in this era, if we just want to take it straight from the horse's mouth, Jordan is the one that said the zones would take away from my scoring ability. Not me. Not Johnny. Jordan himself advocated for no zones, and he even said that zones would stifle him. We have no better source. We have the best source of them all, Jordan himself. So do I take your word for it, or do I listen to Michael Jordan himself?
Lamont, do you think the 80s defense was similar to a zone, though, considering the lack of spacing that they had?
But no, they didn't have. That was the conversation right there. There wasn't a lack of spacing due to the fact that you had illegal defense. You can create space easier in the 80s and the 90s than you could in today's NBA. That's the point, and that's what I was. But basically, what Peter was trying to say was just because there was a rule implied, that doesn't mean teams didn't actually try to circumvent the actual ability to do it. You see what I'm trying to say? So like he said, holding is illegal, but they hold in every play in football. So just because it was illegal to play zone, it doesn't mean teams were not trying to play zone. But my thing was to him.
That's what I was saying.
But my thing is that when you go back and watch those games, you'll see that not only did they call it a lot, they called it so much that if you got the second one, it was a free throw. It was a technical. So that's how much teams were doing it and getting it called on them. And again, it was a detriment to your team, just like when teams kept trying to play physical in the 90s after adding the flagrant foul rule, because now you're going against the rules. You may get away with it, but you're not going to get away with it enough to win games. Lamont can tell you that as a coach. He's not going to risk winning for the sake of breaking rules. You understand what I'm trying to say? There's ways to win without breaking the rules. So you understand what I'm saying? So the key thing is that, again, in today's NBA, you can play a true complete zone. You could not do that back then. You can sag off of your man off the ball, but you couldn't play in a zone. You were still on that man, and you had to be at a reasonable distance if you were sagging. You couldn't be in a zone position. And another thing, too, is maybe one thing that you guys would have to understand is that if Jordan is going to be elite in today's NBA, it will be due to his playmaking ability. Right? The fact that now he's going to have, because if he wants to get that ball in that post up to do his mid-range, like Lamont said, he's going to survey the field. Then he becomes like Joker. He becomes basically a ball facilitator. He becomes LeBron James, a ball facilitator. So he doesn't average the 35 to 40 points per game. He averaged somewhere in the mid-20s and probably has more assists and rebounds to go along with it.
So what I would say to that, Johnny, using a prime Dwayne Wade as an archetype, right? Just let me get this off. Using Dwayne Wade as an archetype, because I saw somebody in the chat say that Jordan never had to face a Tayshaun Prince or a Tony Allen. Dwayne Wade cooked Tayshaun Prince in 2006 and cooked Tony Allen in 2010 in the playoff. In 06, he went off for 27, 7, and 5, 62% shooting over 6 games against the 2006 Pistons. And Tayshaun, when he was interviewed after the game, they asked him, what's the difference between guarding him and Kobe? And he said, it's just the speed. The quickness and agility is just night and day, right? So we all know how quick and explosive Dwayne Wade was in his prime. And what I would submit to you guys is that
between Wade and Jordan?
I'm going to tie it in right now. I would submit to you that 88 to 93 Jordan is just as quick as a prime Dwayne Wade, just as explosive, just as great of a first step, just as fast, just as agile, but with a much better jump shot. And he has a catch and shoot game. If Wade could do to Tony Allen and that 2010 Boston defense what he did, and he would go. I was telling Johnny, I'm putting together some GIF images for him because he said he pitched the idea of doing a show of me coming on, and I guess we could do something, right? So I'm putting these GIF images together of how Wade attacked that defense, and a lot of how you could beat strong side loading up is by going fast. You don't have to necessarily hold the ball and ball facilitate. No, there's more than one way to skin the cat. And I'm telling you, Jay would cook that 2010 Celtics defense.
Hey, how big was Wade? Like size-wise, not height.
Hold on, but all you're doing is you're talking about. So, like, here's the problem: is we keep saying this stuff, but what you're doing is you are just only pretending as if Jordan had all strengths and not weaknesses. There were things that Wade did well that Jordan could not do. There were things there, and also the era differences. Wade just came up in an era through college and in the NBA where he had seen significantly more zone than Jordan had ever saw, and NBA zones at an elite level. If you're telling me that Jordan could adjust his game to adapt to this era and the level of zones that they would apply to him, okay. I mean, I get it. I just never saw it. At least with Wade, we've seen it. We never saw Jordan.
We saw a little bit of it.
And the biggest example of a prime Jordan versus zone was in the Olympics. In the 92 Olympics, when teams finally understood who Jordan was and they planned for him, and every team threw out a zone to deploy against Michael Jordan, tell me how good was Jordan in the 92 Olympics? He was arguably like the 4th or 5th best player. He could not score. The only guys that could score on that team were the Malones and the Chris Mullins, the guys who could face up and really attack the zone. Jordan was horrible offensively.
He was shot.
Jordan was the least efficient. He was not the best scorer. When teams pre-planned and knew he was coming, unlike the previous Olympic, when they knew he was coming and they set those zones up, even sorry teams like Angola stifled Jordan with a zone. So we have examples of a prime Jordan in 92 versus zones versus the Angola zone, and he struggled. What do you think a Boston Celtics zone is going to do to Jordan? No, I'm just hold on.
It is Angolans. Is their zone? It's their zone.
Do not take my word for it. Just go look at every team Jordan played in the 92 Olympics.
No, I heard. I got you. I got you.
And so at the end of the day,
I just thought it was funny when I say Angola zone. That's funny.
When we talk about Angola, we're talking about third world countries who we got guys literally coming out the coffee shop to come hoop, and they ran a zone against Jordan and had success. Mm-hmm. What do you think the Boston Celtics zone going to look like against Jordan?
I mean, we saw what
because you said 91 Jordan. You said 91.
I said 88 to 93. So yeah, that would
include
same version 91.
Of Jordan. We have proof of a prime Jordan struggling against very marginal zones. But you telling me he gonna
I wouldn't say it's a marginal zone because go ahead,
it's
Johnny.
marginal, bro.
You're saying talent wise? Okay,
I just wanted to say this. I think that the thing is, and I try to explain it to you, Peter, is that you guys can't grasp the fact that even Dwayne Wade has better handles than Michael Jordan. Jordan cannot dribble the basketball like Dwayne Wade. You guys got to remember, Dwayne Wade came into the league as a point guard. His whole skill was being. Jordan never really had to develop his dribbling skills because of his athleticism. So, and then when you're bringing up the 88 to 93 Jordan, now 88 and 89 Jordan had a different scheme, a different philosophy. He was more of a playmaker for the Bulls as well as a scorer. But when he went to that triangle offense, that ability to get to the paint wasn't there anymore. That's why he learned to take that jump shot a little bit more, and he tried to develop his mid-range, because within the triangle offense within itself, it was going to limit Jordan's ability to be athletic. You see what I'm trying to say?
Mm-hmm.
So if you guys want to take the triangle with him to the 2000s and 2019 or whatever era we're bringing him into this era, guess what? His athleticism is also going to be thrown to the side, because the fact of the matter is he's running the triangle. Now, if we use his athleticism, I agree with you. He's just as athletic as Dwayne Wade. The quick step, the quickness, the speed, I give you that. But does he have Dwayne Wade's dribbling ability to split the double teams like Dwayne Wade used to do? Because I remember you brought that up in our conversation, and I've been looking at the
behind the back split of the high hedge. Yeah, Jordan.
Yeah.
Wade got that from Jordan, just so you know.
Where he get that from Jordan? When did Jordan break double teams, bro?
I got the GIF images for you. Matter of fact, I'm gonna put it in the Discord for you.
No, don't worry. Friday nights in the hour. Friday nights in the hour. You're gonna be on. We're gonna do play-by-play for the Laker game as well. So I'm quite sure.
Was that Lamont laughing?
Of course that's Lamont. Like, cause you use the word hedge. You should know not to use the word hedge next to Lamont. You know that. Don't say hedge. You know, Peter. You know better than that, Peter. You know better than that.
Please don't say hedge. Please.
Oh Lord. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole.
You don't got the video. You got the GIF. That's crazy, man.
Yeah, because it's. I think that's a little bit more convenient. We could do video, ain't no problem. But that wraparound dribble split, because most players split that when that defender shows, right? If they show high, most players split it going forward. From what I've watched of the NBA, Jordan and Wade are the only two players that I've seen split it going behind the back. I'm sure other players have done it, but I've never seen it.
Bro, I just literally watched Cade Cunningham do it like 5 times yesterday.
I seen Brunson do it.
A wraparound behind the chicken wrap.
Cade Cunningham.
Chicken wrap. Split the double.
Cade,
off the pick.
Bro, hold on. First, I watched Cade Cunningham. This is the most unique way to beat the hard hedge, because this is when I knew. I saw him do one move, and I said, this dude can easily be a top 5 player in the league. This motherfucker, I'm gonna go find the clip. This motherfucker knew the hedge was coming. Bro, he didn't go behind the back before the hedge could even fully get there. This motherfucker hit a spin move to split it, and he did it like the shit was just easy as fuck. Right down the middle and just threw up a floater and scored. And I'm like, the announcers didn't say shit about it. I'm like, do y'all know what the fuck y'all just happened? And y'all don't say nothing about it? And I'm just like, if you don't know the degree of difficulty of what this motherfucker just did, and he made the shit look like it's just every day, like just basic. And I'm like, what the fuck?
He was doing that all year too.
All game. And like, if you just go to watch the game yesterday, if you want to see a master at splitting any which way you want it, behind the back spin moves, just watch Cade Cunningham play. Like, so you acting like what all this splitting, you all amazed that Jordan did it. You don't watch basketball because Donovan Mitchell's elite at it. Cade Cunningham is super elite at it. I mean, I go down the list.
I'm not saying splitting.
A lot of the top guards.
I didn't say splitting in general. All I said was a specific move I've never seen. Hold on, guys. All I said was I've never seen. That's not to say that it hasn't.
And you need to actually turn the TV on and start watching basketball.
No. So if you can, show me a video of a player specifically splitting a double team using a chicken wrap. A chicken wrap.
What the hell is a chicken wrap?
Curry does it without the behind the back dribble though. Every game.
Wait, yeah. What's a chicken wrap? What's that, Peter?
The wraparound dribble when you go around the back.
Oh, okay. Yeah, hey, y'all got to stop. Peter is from the island like me. Sometimes we make up our own words. That's fine. Okay,
Yeah,
so
we make up. You know, we make up lingo.
Yeah. Okay. I'll wrap around. Okay.
That's Florida. That's Florida.
No, but wait a minute though. But you got to be. Hold on, wait. You got to be honest though. Dwayne Wade. Dwayne Wade was not. Yeah, that is. Listen, you can't say Dwayne Wade was using the behind the back dribble. He was just a really good handler, and he not only that, he was smaller than Jordan. He was 6'4", 200 pounds. He can get in between.
He could get lower. He could get lowered.
He can get in between.
For sure.
So the point is that guys like Tony Allen, guys like Tayshaun Prince would give Jordan really some fits, especially at Tayshaun Prince, because he can give Jordan that space because he was lengthy. Tony Allen. Now, granted, if y'all want to say 96 Jordan could play in today's NBA because Kobe played great in his era, but like I said, man, it's going to get to a point where even Kobe's skill set is going to start looking like, I don't know.
And I want to go back. I want to revisit the point that that brother Lamont made, because it was a good point about the Olympics. So what I would counter that with is, for one, it's a small sample size. It's 8 games. 2, Jay wasn't really looking to do nothing, man. That man cooling, dog.
Like,
you
know how many shots he took?
Hold on, brother. Hold on. This is what I'm saying, dog. Just because he took a lot of shots don't mean he out there locked in like that.
You can't say he wasn't trying to do anything, but he took the most shots on the team.
So all right. So take that away then. Let's go with the small sample size, and I'm gonna counter with this also.
Let me show you.
Wait, real quick.
Peter, before we get away from that.
Give me 3 seconds. Give me 3 seconds.
Before we get away
and then you could go.
Hold on. Before we get away from that, Jordan took, and it was not even close, the most shots per game on this team. He took 14 shots per game. The second closest player was Charles Barkley at 10 shots per game. Everybody else was in single digits. Jordan was by 4. Jordan not only took the most shots, but on the entire team, he shot the worst percentage.
Yep.
But not only did he shoot the worst percentage, he shot the worst
three-point percentage. There you go.
And so he shot 21% from the 3, 45% from the field. Everybody else on the team shot above 50%, except Christian Laettner, if you even want to count Christian.
Who didn't even play.
So at the end of the day, Jordan was the worst offensive player on this team. He took 14 shots per game, averaged 14 points. I want y'all to listen to this. He took to score 14 points per game. He took 14 shots. On average, he was 6 of 14 every game. He did not make any threes. He took 2.4 threes per game, made 0.5 of them. So he couldn't make threes. He couldn't make mid-ranges like he used to. All because of, and the reason why this small sample size matters is because this sample size is versus very subpar talent that at that time wouldn't even be able to sniff the NBA. So when you telling me we took 6 garbage men and put together a 2-3 zone after 2 weeks of practice that got Jordan shooting 22% from the 3, 14 points on 14 field goals per game. This is not elite talent that's throwing, because you said he could do this against the Boston Celtics of the 2000s. Ain't no fucking way in hell he'd do that against no Boston Celtics when he struggled with Angola, Iran, and all types of teams. They don't even hoop over there. Stop it, man.
But this is what I would say.
Did you see the Angola game? Like, remember when I played the game, y'all?
They look like trash,
how bad
bro.
These teams were?
They were trash.
Can I counter? Can I counter?
There's no counter.
So we've
Jordan
seen.
countered with his
No,
game.
there is. I always got a counter. You know, I got that Philly shell, dog. Is that shit impenetrable? I'm nice with this shit, man. I'm telling you, bro. Like, look.
Bro, no. First year he said Jordan didn't care that much in the Olympics, but he chucked up the most shots. How do you not care, but you're out there shooting the most?
He was out there vibing, dog. You wasn't trying to.
I told you he was shot chucking in the Olympics. He was shot chucking in the Olympics.
Why can't y'all just say he was choking? How come you just can't say he was out there choking and chucking up shots?
Did you fucking ask Jordan yourself? Was he fucking vibing? What is all this bullshit?
Nah, I could tell looking at him. Just watching him.
What?
Nigga, get the dick out your mouth. What the fuck kind of statement was that?
Why y'all always go to the
I know you wasn't scared.
Always go to the genitals, man. I don't like the genital talk.
Hold on. He said 1984 Summer Olympics was Jordan's coming out party. Remember what I said. Listen to what I said at Night for Tab. I said when the world knew he was coming, because in 1984, they didn't know or care who Jordan was. They did not know or care. So when he lit them up in 84 and he caught them by surprise, yeah.
You a funny nigga.
Because hold on, what was the biggest attraction?
No, Lamont. Wait, Lamont. If you want to, those stats are available. We can find those stats and we can show the game supposedly that Jordan was dominating, who he was dominating. We can go look at it. We can really go look at it. Yeah, because they think he was dominating. Like, again, Larry Bird is not that great of a defender. He can't stay in front of Michael Jordan. Chris Mullins was on his team and Patrick Ewing was on his team as well. But I know he played some All-Stars. If you go look at the All-Star games that he played against the All-Star players in the USA team, a lot of the games that they claimed that he was dominating wasn't against like Bird and the All-Stars. They were against NBA players. I'm not going to say that, but he did play great. But again, that was back in 1984, ladies and gentlemen. This is 1984. Jordan wasn't out here hitting a bunch of jump shots. He wasn't he wasn't averaging 30 points per game or nothing like that. He was averaging like 21 points or 20 points per game. So it wasn't like he was just out here dominating. He was dominating in the standards of that play, right? Because in that era, you know what I'm saying, and what they were doing. But he wasn't out here doing 30 points per game, just dominating left and right. So like we have to stop it. We have to stop it. They're gonna use the fact that they won, I think 6 out of the 8 games they played against them as why Jordan was dominating. But they won't give you Jordan's numbers. So I would love y'all to go get Jordan's numbers before y'all talk about Jordan in 1984
For what tournament?
Olympics.
That's for the 84 Olympics?
Yeah, the 84 Olympics.
You said he averaged 21?
Against the NBA teams, because they don't know what he did in the Olympics. They're going to tell you what he did against the NBA All-Stars, because they had a All-Star tournament versus the USA team in 1983 or 84, I believe. And Jordan played well there. I think he averaged like 19, 20 points per game versus NBA All-Stars as a college player, basically coming into the league.
Yeah, he was like that.
Yeah.
He was like that, bro.
No, he was a good player. Nobody said Jordan was super athletic. His athleticism was ahead of his time. There was nobody 6'5", 6'6" with Michael Jordan's athletic.
Not just that the combination of skill, will, and the cerebral aspect of the game. He's a perfect, not perfect guy. Y'all, I don't want to trigger y'all, but in terms of a combination of all those things, he represents the apex in NBA history.
Glaze to the fullest. We want to hear it. I'm not joking.
Bro, nobody's saying Jordan's not at the top. What we're saying is y'all got to stop gassing it up like he could just waltz into any era and still be the Michael Jordan of the 90s. That's cap. It's not like I say, nobody says Bill Russell could waltz into this era and still grab 25 rebounds a game. We all know that's bullshit. Like, come on, man. They were great in their own era, but why is it when it comes to Jordan, all of a sudden he could just waltz into any era and he can still get his 30 a game and nobody can stop it? But any other great, Bill Russell,
it's certain players I don't think would translate. Like I think
bullshit.
I got ultra glaze on him, man.
I think Hakeem would dominate. I think Hakeem would dominate.
Oh my God.
I think Hakeem would absolutely terrorize this league right now.
But Hakeem couldn't even dominate the 90s.
I don't feel that he absolutely dominated the 90s. What are you talking about?
Hold on. In the sense that you evaluate players, in the sense that you Jordan fans evaluate players, how did he dominate with all the losing, with all the
not me.
With all the playoff exits?
That's not me. I don't. When I speak about Jordan, you don't hear me talk. You don't hear 6 rings talk out of me. If you do, play the tape. I don't talk 6 rings. I talk about the fact that go ahead, play the tape. I don't do 6 rings talk. I talk about his decisiveness, the way how he processes what happens on the floor quicker than any player I've ever seen.
Where do you get these measurements from? Decisiveness?
Yeah, watching him play.
I've never heard of coach. Hey Johnny, no coaches ever came to me and said, Lamont, I love your decisiveness, man. Get back out on the floor. Being decisive.
So you've never
but Bobby Knight did say at that time that Michael Jordan was like what did he say, Peter, about Michael Jordan?
He said he's the best player he ever saw, and he didn't put a qualifier on it like you say about college. He said he was the best player he had ever seen in terms of the combination of competitiveness, skill set, IQ. And I said competitiveness already. And athleticism.
All right, but Peter, let's be real though. Who has Bobby Knight seen? Yeah, who has Bobby Knight seen? Bobby Knight ain't seen no NBA players. He never coached no NBA players. He coached college players. That's the point. Yeah, he's the greatest college player you ever seen. He only coached college players. He never coached no NBA team.
So you think Bobby Knight did? So Bobby Knight didn't watch NBA basketball in the 80s and 70s?
Not to the point where not to the point where he could talk about their skill level the way he was talking about Jordan. He's talking about Jordan from what I see in practice and what we do on a day-to-day basis here. I've never seen nobody greater than Michael Jordan.
Hey, look, man.
Because he said that after a college workout or the USA workout.
Look, bro.
Yeah, it was on. He was coaching the USA team. That's why, and Jordan was on the USA team. Jordan was the best. Yeah.
And
But he wouldn't say that if Larry Bird and Magic was on his team.
Yes, they did. They played him in practice. Then you hear Chris Mullin. Chris Mullin came out and said,
but they weren't on the team. They weren't on the team. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They weren't on the team.
No, they weren't on the Olympic team. But listen to what I'm telling you. I'm talking about in rookie Jordan. So in the 84 Olympics, according to Chris Mullin, he said that they would have was it 84? I forgot what year he said, but he said Jordan's team would scrimmage against Magic, Bird, and all them guys. And he said they never lost one game.
That's what I brought up. Peter. I brought that up, Peter. I just told you that they played NBA All-Stars. Bird was supposedly on that team. Guys like Mark Aguirre was on the team. I told you that. And they played with Chris Mullins and Patrick Ewing on the USA team. And they faced the NBA All-Stars in some scrimmages. And I think they played like 8 games. I don't know if they went undefeated, but I know they won like 6 or 7 games. I think they lost only like 1 game to the NBA All-Star team. But like I said, they never bring up the stats. And that's when I told you Jordan was averaging like 19 to 20 points per game during that span, during those 8 games, and they never bring up. Like I said,
where you get the stats from?
I'm gonna go look it up because I do actually have the stats. I was just eating my bad. I was eating while I was talking, but I'm gonna find the stats before tonight's show. I'm on it.
But yeah, I think Hakeem's face-up game, along with his quickness, would absolutely translate.
What will LeBron do in the 90s?
No, because y'all say
he would be a rich man. He'd be a rich man's version. He'd be basically the Jeff Bezos version of Anthony Davis.
Bro,
that's what he would be in 2020.
Anthony Davis. Stop, bro.
What will LeBron do in the 80s and 90s?
I mean,
in the 80s,
really think
he terrorized the 80s with
bro,
that open
really
court.
Think,
with that open court game,
really think,
yeah, the 90s not so much.
Hold on, you really think defenses today? Can y'all envision Bam Adebayo just sitting there watching the King do a million goddamn up fakes without Spoelstra sending send a double over team to just shut that dumb ass.
They gonna throw that zone in them, Lamont. I'm telling you.
You ain't about to sit there and dream shake one player, man. You ain't about to do these up fake. Man, pass the goddamn ball.
Nah, but a lot of times you see people always talk about that dream shake shit, but a lot of times Olajuwon had a quick rip through move. He had a crossover move where he'd get by you really quickly. He had the hook shot going to the middle, right? So
he could spin baseline too. I'll give you that.
Yeah, he could spin base, all of that. Hakeem, again, just like Jordan, he was another guy who was very intuitive with his moves. He wasn't a guy who sat on the block and did a pump fake and you would see that on highlight films, but
what are the offenses designed to do? These offenses are designed so that you don't get what we call paint touches. So Hakeem, which is something I've never seen, I mean, unless he could face up beyond the 3-point line, be able to counter, help defenders out of a zone, I don't see it happening. Hakeem was a 10 to 15 feet away from the rim type of guy, 1-2-3 dribble type of move, quick up on one person. And if you're telling me that he's going to be able to operate from beyond the 3-point line, which whenever he was out there, the shit looked trash, I just don't see it happening. Teams are not going to allow him to catch it inside. And if you do catch it inside, it's going to stall and stagnate your offense just like it looks when Joel Embiid does it, just like it looks when Anthony Davis does it. So there's two things that can happen. He can stall the offense out on a really bad team and get shitty results like we've seen with AD and Joel Embiid, or he's going to have to learn to operate from beyond the 3-point line, which what we've seen based on the examples we saw in the 90s, the shit looked like hot garbage. I mean, y'all be wanting these players to translate so bad.
That's
all you got to do is just say, look, these guys did not have the skill set to play the game the way the game is getting played today. They were great in their era, but the way the game is getting played today, they lack the skill set necessary to be great. as I know y'all childhood heroes and y'all favorites, y'all want these guys to be elite in this era so bad, just so you can tell your kids, man, hey, man, the way we did it, man, they're going to no, at the end of the day, these kids, the way the game is played was shit on these guys. And I'm just glad at least one old head has come out and admitted that, but the fact that y'all just, the game is just too different. Like, I know y'all want them to translate. It just will not translate. As much as it's only a handful of players who would translate. Muhammad Abdul-Rauf, Darius Strickland's. I give you a few guys, but outside of a handful of guys, there's just not a ton of guys whose games would translate very well. Grant Hill, I'll give you that maybe. But there's not enough dynamic guys. As bad as y'all want Hakeem to be this great player, man, come on, man. Y'all got to stop, man.
Yeah, so I want to say this. You did make a good point about would he necessarily be able to be a championship level number one in today's era, right? And you brought up AD and Embiid. One's an MVP and one has been a perennial top 5 to 10 player in the league. So I would consider that translating, even though, in my opinion, neither of those two guys are championship level number one options because of the limitations that you pointed out, especially in terms of playmaking and passing. Embiid really struggles with that, processing the game when he's getting double teamed and stuff like that. So you might have an argument there that perhaps Hakeem wouldn't be a championship level number one player. I didn't say
anything about a championship level stuff.
But I could absolutely.
Could Hakeem be on a good team? Yes, but the way y'all are putting it, like Hakeem could just walk in and be the same Hakeem of the 90s, it's not working.
I could see him averaging 28 and 14, 3.5 assists.
Bro,
just like
wait,
hold on.
What are you talking about, man?
Hold on. Let me get it out. I could see him averaging 28. Olajuwon? Yeah. I could see him averaging 28 and 14 with 3.5 assists. 2 blocks, 2 steals, right? Just like AD did on the New Orleans Pelicans on bad teams with Drew Holiday and those guys. And he wasn't doing it operating from the 3-point line because you guys say he's a traditional big according to y'all, right? So I could see Hakeem translating in that similar way. I think that's fair. I don't think that's outlandish.
I think what you guys fail to realize is, and I think, I overheard you say something about like the one-step dribble or the one quick dribble that Hakeem had. That could work in that era. That's why today's big men have guard skills. Because that's why you have a Karl Anthony Towns who can put the ball on the floor, Embiid who can put the ball on the floor, Giannis who can put the ball on the floor, who can dribble more than once or twice. Hakeem couldn't do that. That's why he would be limited offensively. And not to mention he would have to like literally guard 20, 25 feet from the rim. A lot of the times it would be really, really bad for him. And then again, he just doesn't have the offensive skill set to dominate because you're not going to just go to him in the post and let him work with somebody one-on-one. It would not work. So he would have to learn to dribble the ball better, to be able to break players off the dribble or actually go through a pick and roll as the ball man, like a Karl Anthony Towns or Embiid. But these guys don't. You guys are giving the 90s players skills they never possessed. Never possessed.
I know they're saying, I hope he learns it. Oh, he's gonna have the resources to learn it. Well, that's not what y'all saying. Y'all saying as is, drop him into this era, he can be a king. Hell no, that shit is not working. All right.
Somebody asked about Latrell Sprewell. He said Latrell Sprewell.
Oh man, they just. But what I'm saying is, like, the fact that he even brought Latrell Sprewell up tells me he knows exactly what we're talking about. Right? When we talk about the Chris Webbers, I don't even really like Chris Webber that much, but I cannot lie. If Chris Webber played in this era, he will be a dog. His game translates. He's a face-up big that can stretch the floor. Don Nelson with the Warriors was trying to turn him into one of the first stretch bigs to fuck teams up. But you know what Chris Webber said? Oh, I don't want to play like that. I want to play like the traditional big. So he demanded a trade, went to Washington, and look at where his career suffered. If he'd have stayed with Don Nelson and the Warriors, he might have had a ring.
Yeah,
that was arguably could have been a potential super team. Like, imagine that team going up against the Bulls with Chris Mullin.
Boy,
yeah, no four in that era could stay in front of Chris Webber.
Now that team would have put up problems with the Bulls if they would have been allowed to evolve and develop.
Yep.
So again, Chris Webber wanted out of a really good situation. Don Nelson was literally looking into the future. You are the future of basketball. Weber is the one that didn't see it. He's the one that wanted to be traditional, and that shit didn't work. They went to Washington with all them bigs, and that shit didn't work with him and Juwan Howard.
Lamont, not according to Ox Media, he said that Chris Webber is better than Nikola Jokic.
Now that was a dumb. Now see, come on, man. This is what I mean. But like, how do y'all not stop the presses and make him address that? Like, this is just like, that's what I'm saying. You can say the most craziest stuff. Like, people get mad at me. Like when we said Kawhi Leonard versus Magic, and I said I'm gonna take Kawhi, everybody's all shocked. But you got people that will run around and literally say Chris Webber's better than Nikola Jokic, right? And you talk about a guy who also was a complete bum on. If you want to talk about defense, Chris Webber wasn't no elite defensive stopper, right? If anything, he was equatable to Nikola Jokic on defense. But nobody's gonna call him out for that. They won't call him out. They call out who they want to call out. Mitch Richmond can't hoop today. No, Mitch Richmond, no. He would be a role player. Dale Ellis, role player. Reggie Miller would be a role player. They're all catch and shoot shooters. Reggie Miller could barely be an all-star in his own era. How's he gonna come into this era and be an all-star just as a catch and shoot shooter alone?
I've been saying that. They keep hyping him up like he was just some great, like he is a solid player, but he never was like great. Like he's not great, bro. Like,
let me get this super chat real quick. We got Ruddy Hood Sports. Salute to Ruddy Hood Sports, man. Appreciate you pulling up. He clicked on that link, went over to FYF Sports Clip, dropped a super chat. Salute, fam. Shout out to you guys. Be blessed. Yeah, salute to Ruddy Hood Sports, one of the OGs. He been around for a minute too. Drazen Petrovic, his game would translate. He's an overseas guy. He's an international guy. Drazen Petrovic, Dino Raja, a lot of those international guys would translate, right? They were already kind of a stretch players. Like, we're not saying nobody could translate, but the guys that y'all want to translate, they like the Jordans, the Ewings, and the Keems, unfortunately, their games were built for the 90s. They was not built for no other era. No, Derek Coleman. How is Derek Coleman going to be the best power forward in today's game? Because if Derek Coleman, if you inject him into today's game, what you're also bringing with him was his poor eating habit and his weight gain.
Damn, he'll be better than Giannis? Wow.
So no, he might come in with the same potential, but if Derek Coleman eats his way, because Derek Coleman as a prospect, they were saying that he could be better than Jordan coming out of Syracuse. That's how good Derek Coleman was. He ate his way out of the league. He never was in shape. He stayed fat. Once he got out of shape, it was over with.
Maybe he's saying with the nutritionists that we have today that wouldn't happen.
Oh, we can't give him. How we know? The only thing we know is Derek Coleman who ate and got fat. How we know his whole mindset gonna change and all of a sudden he gonna eat healthy? Come on, man. You got to take with them the good and the bad. Jordan will kill the mid range. No one guards the mid range. B-double. What are you? The
they don't even give you the mid range like that today.
The reason why they say the mid range shot is the worst shot in the game is
the defense doesn't give you that.
It's the easiest to contest. It's the least reward. It's the one mid range shots you barely get fouled. It's easier to defend because you can defend it without fouling as much. When you get to the rim and get layups, you draw more fouls, right? When you shoot threes, that shot's more valuable. So when you make those, even at a lower percentage, that one extra point makes it far more valuable. Like the mid-range shot is said to be the worst shot because the risk versus reward is just you get more reward for shooting a three, and driving to the basket, you get more reward both sides because you can go to the free throw line more, and it's an easier shot. So, I mean, y'all.
I found the stats, Lamont.
Oh, here, I put it up. For what's this for?
This is the one where they were saying when Jordan was playing against the USA team versus the All-Star team. Let me bring it up for you again here. All right, here it is, right here. So here it is. So one game Jordan had 16 points. Another game Jordan had 12 points. Another game Jordan had 16 points. Another game Jordan had 12 points. One game Jordan had 25. Another game he had 12, and then one more other game he had 27 points. So Jordan wasn't out here dominant. He was 5 of 13, 5 of 15, 5 of 11, 2 of 10. This is against the NBA select team. This is 1984. This is what they were talking about. Jordan was able. This is what they say would translate.
So he was
to
still
today's
shooting
NBA.
low efficiency. Man, come on, man. Stop.
This is what would translate. So, again, ladies and gentlemen, this is why GOAT James Kingdom exists, and we will be going live in a half an hour, right here
I'm
on
about to shut
FYF
this
Sports.
down, man.
2 for 10?
Yeah, he was 2 for 10. They won, but in fact, see, they won every game. That's what they'll tell you, that they won every game. That's what they're going to tell you. They're never going to bring up Jordan's stats because they don't know Jordan's stats. All they know is that the USA team with Michael Jordan as the best player on that team beat a bunch of all-stars in the NBA in the exhibition games, 8 of them. That's all they're going to tell you, but they're not going. They can't break down Jordan's stats for you.
No way Michael Jordan shot 2 for 10.
He was 5 of 15 and 5 of 13. That was at the end of it too. And like I said, some of these games I can break down to you. I can go find the starting lineups for the NBA All-Star teams. A lot of them were not really All-Stars. They were just NBA players. But there were some All-Stars that did play, like Larry Bird, like I said, like a Mark Aguirre. They had some other guys that played as well that were real NBA All-Stars. But it wasn't the NBA All-Star team. It was just some All-Stars and some NBA players.
Jordan would never shoot 2 for 10 of Johnny.
Well, he definitely wouldn't do it in this era. They don't play no defense.
He'll make all his shots. Just imagine how he'll get to the rim today without the Hakeem Olajuwons down there.
I want to shut this down because I want to shut this one down. Make sure we give time for Johnny to go ahead and set up for his live because we know he got live in about 30 minutes. Make sure a lot of y'all, if y'all sticking around for this show, make sure y'all pull up in 30 minutes. GOAT James Kingdom is going to be live, the Friday Night Exposure. So, again, y'all have the opportunity to go head-to-head with him on some of his takes. And I'm sure he's going to cook up something for y'all, about these topics, man.
Look, Lamont, look. Jordan went 2 of 10. We got to make sure LeBron. We all know
LeBron. Yeah, I know. But see, the difference is when LeBron shoots 3 of 10, he's also an elite playmaker, facilitator, rebounder, defender, as opposed to Jordan shooting 3 of 10. He's not going to give you nothing else on the offensive end. He's not going to give you any playmaking, facilitating. And we know with his defense being all gassed up, he's going to give you very, very average to marginal defense. So, I mean, I would tell you right now, I will debate that with anybody. Jordan's defense was horrible. I don't care if you say gambling steals. I have plenty of film. I will take that debate with anybody that thinks they can prove otherwise. Jordan was, if you say Nikola Jokic was a bad defender, then Jordan was a bad defender too. Jordan was just as bad. So, again, I don't care how you slice it. There's too much film. There's no film to support Jordan being an elite defender. None at all.
At all?
No, there's no film. There's no film of full games where you can show me to support him. You cannot have that many bad defensive habits and tendencies and be a good defender unless the league is intentionally trying to prod you and push you into a category of greatness that you don't belong in. At the end of the day, like I give Jordan a lot of stuff as an offensive player, but I just cannot give it to him as a defensive player. There's nothing that supports it.
And an
really
88
announcers in game are saying he's a bad defender.
All right, y'all. I'm out of here, Lamont. Peace and blessings, y'all. See y'all in a little bit, man. Lakers in 5, bitches.
Yeah.
He said, Lamont, would Jordan be a better would SGA? Well, SGA, yes, he would be better in today's game because he grew up. He's already adjusted to today's game. He knows what the zone reads look like. Jordan has no adjustment. Jordan has come out. Jordan has not only shown us that he would struggle with very marginal zones like he did in the 92 Olympics, right? He's even said he would struggle with zones. I mean, why don't y'all just take Jordan's word for it? Y'all just need to trust the fact that Jordan said, I could not operate with zones. Y'all try to make him operate in zones. Defensively, he just gambles. He would literally be Russell Westbrook on defense.
Bing. Athleticism and gambling.
He said Jordan adjusted his whole career. What did he adjust to? Or the only thing that got adjusted was the rules that Jordan asked the league to change for him or not change for him. He asked the league to not implement zone. They didn't implement zone. He asked the league to bring in the flagrant foul. They brought in the flagrant foul. They only capitulated to Jordan. They didn't make rules in spite of Jordan like they did for Bill Russell and Wilt and those guys. Now Peter Bagdew says Jordan was a great playmaker. Jordan was not a great playmaker. Why do y'all?
They're gonna talk about that stretch in 1991 where he averaged a triple-double.
Bro, come on, man. That means when Wilt led the league in assists, that means Wilt is a great playmaker. When we all know he forced that shit. Wilt is still not looked at as a great playmaker just because he went out of his way to pass up shots just to go swing the ball and get assists. I mean, around that time, we all know that Jordan was the ultimate stat pattern. He was consistently looking at his stats, pushing for triple doubles. All right, we all know that. There's no secret there. And it showed in the results. Will Prime Duncan be good in today's game? Yeah, Prime Duncan would be good in today's game. Right? Duncan's game didn't revolve around scoring. Duncan would be great because he was the primary. What made him great was his defense, was his rebounding. Especially until he got older, he had a jumper that could space the court. He never had a 3-point shot. He keep people honest though, and he definitely could play make.
For sure.
Jordan BW says Jordan would dominate. I mean, I know y'all want Jordan to dominate. I just don't see it. I'm sorry, y'all. I mean, to say it is one thing. Just go simulate it on 2K if you want to feel better about yourself. Right? They don't let them lose too much on 2K. So if you want to feel better about your take,
yeah, they glaze them on 2K.
Yes, just simulate it on 2K. You'll get plenty of wins. You'll feel better about your take.
Especially his defense.
LeBron or Jordan on defense? I'm taking LeBron on defense. Bigger, faster, stronger, better defender in his prime. Bron in his prime versus Jordan in his prime. Bron is the superior defender. Better rebounder, offensive rebounder, better defensive rebounder. Better on-ball defender, better off-ball defender. Better shot blocker. He's better at everything on defense.
They weren't ready for that one.
To see, but they say Jordan was this great defender, but then they flip around and say LeBron doesn't play defense.
They don't watch basketball.
I'll say. Let's see. Let me shut this one down. I appreciate y'all pulling up. We had Olo up here. We got Jason. We got Ochi Takes. I'm going to go ahead and drop y'all down. We got to end this one because Goat James Kingdom is going to be going live in like 30 minutes. So, man, I appreciate y'all pulling up for the show today, man. Make sure y'all go check out Goat James Kingdom. He is going to be cooking. Don't know what the topic is. Y'all going to see that live up here in a second. Salute to Ray, man. Ray, man, I'm not a fool, man. I'm just trying to let these people know the game is different, man. Stop trying to bring these old players into this era. The shit's over with. Let these guys be great. Stop trying to compare them. Let them be great. Let them create their own path, their own name, right? They don't all have to be or look like Jordan. They the great players of the day. Wemby is going to look like Wemby. Tatum needs to look like Tatum. Y'all be wanting these players to so desperately look like the players y'all play with on NBA Jam. Who cares? Like, it ain't going to happen. That shit's over with, right? That era's done. It was great when it was here. It's over with now. Appreciate the players that we have now. Just appreciate them. Stop trying to say, oh, they need to look like Jordan. Oh, they need to look like Barkley. And stop doing all that, man. It just makes y'all look like y'all just won't let go of the past. Well, I mean, you say he's the GOAT B double. I'm good with that. Why would I argue that? But look, y'all, FYF Sports, man. Another great podcast episode, y'all. Make sure y'all tune in here in less than 30 minutes. We got GOAT James Kingdom. He will be cooking. But it's FYF Sports, another great podcast episode. We're going to be back with more sports and news. Until then, man, it's FYF Sports, and we out.